Oh, that's
It was
tough.
like, he said like good dad or something like that. Hashtag good dad.
Oh, that's ass whooping. Like Russ better be ready to fight. Russ better be ready to fight. What's up, squad? Squad. What's happening? What's happening? Soosh, what up, boy? Soosh, we see you. Yes, sir. Y'all know this boy Soosh, a bad man right here.
What
boy
up, big
Soosh
dog?
is a bad man right there.
Yeah, man.
Well, yeah, we'll all start our weekend on a good note if Mitch calls. What's up, Map One? We see you. We see you, Young Sab, Mrs. Mac 10. Damn. All right.
Ribs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Vibe check, baby. Where you at on this Friday? Vibe check. Where you at on this Friday? Let's go, baby. One more time. Welcome in.
We here.
To the Friday, July 21st edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are so happy that you are here with us on 1320 AM, 98.5 FM, HD2. We welcome those listening on the TuneIn app. We welcome those on the Odyssey app. We welcome those watching the show on 1320 TV. Today. Lots of kids. They are not, as you can see on the screen, they're not chanting "Light the Beam" in the studio, but they. I guess it was bring your kid to work day. I'm not sure. There's a lot of kids, and they're all following Aaron around, which makes it the best because I know Aaron's not feeling this whatsoever.
Uncle Aaron.
Uncle Aaron. We welcome those who are watching the kids walk past our window on 1320 TV on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. Fun show planned for you as we try to do most Fridays, as we try to do pretty much every day. Nick DePaula, king of the sneakers, next to KC, of course, is going to be with us. Coming up at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. Well. Yes, indeed. I don't know something about them McClatchy dudes who in their sneakers. I don't know what it is.
We love them.
Kyle Madson in the 2 o'clock hour. James Ham in the final hour of the show.
Hey, today when we talk to Kyle, can I talk some 49ers with him?
Oh, I got some 49ers.
It's about that time, man. I'm starting to like, the body clock is saying something. I talked about you not about you, but I talked to you about it the other day. They had Sports Center on and see these guys in their shorts and, the helm. I'm like, yeah, that's kind of, my body clock was like, I should be on the East Coast right now and seeing this and picking up the sporting news in the airport, for the summer camp battle. It's just that time. It's that time. And I need to talk 49ers.
Picking up the sporting news, huh? It's old school. Old school.
And I pick up the sporting news in the airport gift shop for $12.50.
Well, yeah, there's that. Shout out to Kyle Juszczyk. I think he's my new favorite 49er.
Oh man, that's my guy, man. Big up to Kyle, man.
Yeah, that's my new favorite 49er.
Absolutely.
I shared some pictures of some friends who were hanging out with Kyle Juszczyk. I didn't realize they were hanging out at his house.
Oh,
did a whole photo shoot at his house. He came home with wristbands and autographed footballs just all sorts of Kyle Juszczyk memorabilia.
Come on, man. Fan for life now.
Yes, indeed.
Fan for life.
Yes, indeed. By the way, we'll run this one more time because we ain't gonna be here tomorrow. We ain't gonna be here tomorrow. But it's our man's 40th birthday tomorrow.
Come on,
man.
Cancer season, the main event.
It's our man's 40th birthday
Cancer
tomorrow.
Season.
Let's go.
Shout out to all my people. See y'all in the chat, man. I appreciate all the happy birthday wishes. And we're just aging like fine wine around here, baby.
Oh, you got a gift yesterday. The company gave you a gift yesterday. I saw it.
Well, shout out to the company.
Well,
shout out to the company.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah, we got a good day. We got a good day planned for you. Excited to talk to Nick DePaula as the day rolls along.
Hey, this often happens
Mhm.
because I try to. I'm not going to act like I'm perfect, but I'm really making an effort to not text and drive or anything like that. So driving in, I'm listening to stuff, and I end up listening to the Ringer Basketball podcast, and they have different shows on that feed, right? And I don't know who the other guy was, but Austin Rivers was hosting. Have you ever heard Austin Rivers?
Have I
Like
his
a
podcast?
yeah.
No, I have not.
He's pretty good.
Really?
He is pretty good. Like he speaks like he's made to do this. Like it's not.
Well, I mean, his dad was pretty good at it.
Dad was pretty good.
I just don't know why everybody hates him.
I don't know either.
Like literally, everybody hates that dude.
And I've hated him for a long time.
Forever. Maybe I don't know. I don't know, but they really don't like that dude.
But yeah, I was just listening. I was like, he's pretty good on the mic. Like
Okay.
he's somebody that I listen to and be like, he could be on TNT or ESPN when he's done.
Okay.
Like he's that engaging. The way he speaks, all that, like he's good on there. But I had never heard him before. That's why I kind of took me back, because I didn't even really listen like to the intros of, hey, it's such and such. I wasn't paying attention.
Mm-hmm.
And then the guy was like, yeah, they don't really have any other players out there in the media outside of Draymond, so I'm just trying to get in where I fit in. And and I remember when I was playing it, I was like, who the hell is this? And then he said Austin. I thought it was Austin Reeves. It's like, damn, Austin Reeves out here with podcasts already.
Oh, Austin Reeves was with
he was on some show.
All the Smoke, I think, wasn't it? Wasn't it with Madson and Stack? Yeah.
Yeah. And then I listened
Austin Reeves talks like he's lived around black people his entire life.
There was I think there was a high school video or something, like his highlight clip. Seen Austin. Austin was doing all the stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He was doing all the stuff. Yeah.
Austin and Chris Mullin, both of them.
Oh, Chris Mullin. Queens, stand up, baby.
Yeah, all day.
Is he from Queens or Brooklyn? I can't remember. I think he's from Brooklyn, actually. He just went to St. John's. I think. I can't remember.
Oh, we'll find out. There's a way to quickly find out. How fast can I type?
Great guy, Chris Mullin. Absolute great guy. But yeah.
Did he present you with your Warriors championship ring?
He did not.
Oh.
At that time, the Warriors were still losers when I met Chris Mullin. Great guy.
She says New York City.
I think he's from Brooklyn. And then
Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Mullin was born in Brooklyn, New York.
Yeah. Shout out to Chris Mullin.
I don't know why he didn't get a shout out from Jay-Z. Birthplace of Chris Mullin. I don't know why he didn't do that.
Also, I got to do this maybe once a month, once every other month. A quick plug. Met Chris Mullin when I was on Pros versus Joes. Go to Prime Video. Go check out that episode on Pros versus Joes. It's on the last season, second to last episode. Your boy KC, oh man, I almost brought home the gold. Almost.
Yeah, about every 3 weeks.
Yeah.
So it's a little more than monthly. Every 3 weeks. Yeah. You get the plug out there.
I knew you guys were cooked when that dude was, I'm a golfer by day and a hooper by night.
Come on,
like,
man.
No chance.
Yo, he was the mole, bro. He was the mole. He was the one to make sure we didn't win. I don't think anybody ever went, except on the last episode. I think the football. They had a football episode. I think they won. I think they went against like Mike Vick or something like that. And I think that's the only Joes to ever win. And it's close. We lost by 2 points. And the guy fouled Chris Mullin accidentally to send him to the line to hit the game-winning free throws. Never forget that. It would have been $3,300 richer.
What's my go-to brag?
I don't think you have one. You're a pretty humble dude.
I gotta have one.
You're Damian Barling, bro.
Okay, you guys are idiots.
That?
All right.
Me. That's his.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Okay, reel it in here. Did you see so obviously you saw the Austin Reeves clip, because
I saw. I didn't like watch it. I think it mattered, or
Stack asked him what was it like guarding Steph. It's hell. Like, it's just absolute hell. He's like, I couldn't, like, as that series goes along, I couldn't hit a shot because I didn't have any legs. And it's like, how many people have we heard say that now?
Yeah.
How many of the best basketball players in the world have we heard go, guarding Steph Curry is pure hell?
Like all of them. All of them. Poor Delly had to go to ICU. Oh man.
No,
And
poor,
I ain't talking Coco Jones.
poor Delly, nothing. Delly got paid for going to ICU. He got a contract right after that finals. That man got paid.
I'll never forget. Delly did his thing in game 3, went back to guard Steph in game 4. I think the Cavs were winning at the half of game 4. 2 minutes into the second half, a sub. I need a sub. Oh my gosh, this guy.
We were watching what was it? Was it 10 minutes of players dribbling the other day on the show? Steph is unguardable. Because there's play, like real play. We were talking about dribbles and we were talking about Steph and Kyrie and all of that. Steph will try to shake you, and if for some reason he can't, which 9.5 times out of 10 he can't, he'll get to the free throw line, stop, turn around, face the other basket, dribble and sprint that way, turn around and shoot it and make it. Like, what do you can't do anything about that.
Or it's even worse. Like this is how things change with like what Steph does that other people don't do. Steph, he'll dribble through, like you just talked about, whatever. You stopped him, you locked him up, dribble, 14 times, stop him at the free throw line.
Yeah.
He'll pass it off to Draymond, then make a circle all the way around the court, and you got to keep up with him.
Yeah.
And then he'll knock down the 3 from 27 feet.
As you're vomiting on the baseline.
The nonstop movement is crazy.
You know what didn't make the show? Because it was where were we? Oh, we were at Eric Bellinger. We were at the park. The Dallas Mavericks. Remember the Dallas Mavericks?
Come on, man. Yo, come on. Whose man's is
But I don't remember who it was. But the fact that it was Kenny was like, yo, you got to see this. So we're at the park. Kenny pulls up this clip. And of course, it's the Dallas Mavericks inbounding the ball. My man catches it and runs to the wrong basket.
Nah, bro. It gets even worse. They weren't inbounding the ball. They were running the offense. And the guy passes to the big man and he runs to the other side. Weren't even inbounds. Well, everybody pull up the clip. They're running the offense. He's like, hey, 2 down. Runs the offense. The guy gets it and runs to the side of the court.
Why is it the Dallas? Like, why is this concept not being taught in Dallas? It's only funny because it's the Dallas Mavericks. The same team that screwed up during the regular season, and their goofy owner filed a protest about it.
Right. It was. Look, gets even worse. There was like 6 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. This wasn't right out of the half.
No.
They've been going that way for the last 15 minutes of the game. And he just said out of nowhere, I'm going to go this way.
Steven says the big man act like he stole it. Yo, I gotta see this clip.
Come on, man. That's an all-time Shaq.
Yo, I gotta see. I gotta see if I can pull it up here real quick. I might not be able to get to it quick enough. But for those who are listening on the radio or audio only, when you get an opportunity, pull. Let me. I'm sure Dallas Mavericks wrong basket will work. Mavericks wrong basket. Let's see if that brings it up. Oh, well, no. Oh, no, this brings up the regular season clip. What is with this franchise, dude?
Jason Kidd just out there watching just like us.
Hey, I'm a fan just like y'all. We'll step out. We'll come back. We're just getting started.
Just like y'all.
Nick DePaula is going to join us at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. We mentioned the salary cap yesterday. I do want to talk a little bit about that article that the Athletic posted. Really good. And it ties into some of the conversation going around Domantas Sabonis. So we'll get to that. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Is this live footage? It is. Cheryl Grove is at the White House.
Oh, of course she is. Why wouldn't she be?
She's got a picture of Joe Biden addressing them. She's live.
said they party at the White House.
Oh, they get down.
No,
They get down on all of DC.
do politicians go hard? They go hard. Hey, it's your man Jared Dudley. First of all, it's a tough screen grab. Watch him. Watch the man.
Look,
Yeah, you're right. They were running the offense. Here we go. Swing over here, and here comes my man. Watch out! Oh no! Look at it. Why the bench confused though,
bro? I ain't even gonna lie to you. That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, how does that happen? Like
everybody's confused.
Like it's not.
There's 3 minutes to go in the game,
And it's not like they just got into like their half of the quarter with it. You guys were there for a few seconds.
That's tough. That's tough to have on film. That's tough right there. That's tough. Here we go. All righty. Boom. Got him.
At that point, you got to figure out how to Photoshop the jersey, and that's a sick defensive play right there.
My brother. That's tough.
You know what's sneaky?
That's tough.
Is let it play. Wait a minute. Let it play. You know what's sneaky? Who's the white guy doing? Look at the white guy.
Oh, was he pointing?
No, I think he got saved because he thought the same thing as the big man.
He was pointing.
At him.
Yeah, what is he confused about?
Look, and now he's trying to go the other way and run the break.
Yeah.
He's trying to run the break.
Why is
Oh, no,
everybody
no.
confused?
Yeah, no, I don't know.
Wrong direction. That's going to be.
So the white guy sneaky got his saved the embarrassment.
So now let me give you this background.
You guys are ridiculous.
Of this NBA season happened with the Dallas Mavericks.
You know what happened?
You
know what happened?
This year,
Hold on.
This
is not going to be
the
as fun.
Mavs are taking the basketball.
I think everybody was wrong. I think the Mavs were going the right way. I think those guys were going the right way. Because if you see,
look at my man up here. My man's pointing. My man's hands are up.
I think the Mavs got it right. This is not as funny. We're not going to bring this to the radio. The Mavs got it right. The big guy got it right. Because if you see, when they play the clip all the way through, the Mavericks guys are on defense on the same side of the court.
So
it should be backcourt.
So
violation.
isn't that a backcourt violation right there?
Right there, yeah.
That's a backcourt violation.
Well, watch
right
if
there.
you let it play. You watch. Now it sounds like Hubie Brown. If you let it play, watch the guy who just made the pass. He's gonna be like getting in a defensive position on that side of the court. Look, they're on defense.
Oh. That's where the clip. This is the beginning of this is just recycling the clip.
Go to like go a little before that. A little before that. Look, he's getting back on. He's on defense now. On that side of the court, going to guard somebody.
So
what was he doing?
Okay. So the question is, how did we get to this damn point?
He should be scoring right now.
How did we get to this point?
I don't know. I'm so confused.
So either way, we got a problem.
We're coming back. We need to investigate this.
Either way, we got a problem here. You say this isn't as funny. I'd argue this just made the whole video funnier.
Right here at this moment, he should be going backwards.
He caught the
and
inbound.
He's like, nah, I'm gonna run the other way. I'm gonna run.
He could have right there. He should have broke. He could have gone. Look, I think even the defender's confused.
He's asking too. He said, "Yo, what's going on?"
This is the wildest clip.
Look at the dude with the green shoes. He stops and it's like, "Yo, what's going on?"
Yeah, this is the funniest clip I've ever seen.
I mean, look alive, ref too. Like, what are we doing here?
So it was actually the dude who caught the pass.
It was the point
who got it right.
He got it right. The point guard was wrong.
This is the most ridiculous clip in the history of the NBA, and it involves the Dallas Mavericks again. This is the referee's fault. This is the point guard's fault. No, it's not the referee. Well, it is the referee's fault.
So he should have gone backcourt right there.
Right. No, not that.
Right.
That is a backcourt violation. Yeah. But how do like 6 people on the floor not know what's going on.
Refs just out there vibing, just
And
chilling.
the vet just look at it. Watch it. The clip starts with Jared Dudley confused. What are you doing? Isn't it? Tell me that's not what he says right there. What are you doing?
Let me see. Oh, look, Jared says go that way right now. Backcourt violation, right there.
Apologies to he's pointing to the basket. Oh, the Mavericks, the referee, everybody's terrible. Oh, this is the most summer league basketball play in history.
And this gets even crazier because Marcus Jones, if you're right, he says it wasn't even supposed to be the Mavs ball.
Oh my God. Is this game available like on NBA.com? I think
we can find this game somewhere.
I need to see this entire game. Or this entire sequence. Show's on hold, everybody.
Why is it always the Mavericks?
I don't know. That was the whole point.
Like whether it's the regular season, summer league, or social media, like with DeAndre Jordan.
They some wild boys.
Oh yeah, you can watch full game.
I didn't pull it up. I'm trying to figure this out.
Y'all can talk amongst yourselves because we're getting to the bottom of this.
Must be Friday.
We're getting to the bottom of this. This is the most insane thing I've ever seen. I don't know if I want to hear the home broadcast or the away broadcast.
Let's see here.
Either way, this is money. I'll task Kenny with getting into that. Pause. This is something. This is such a great clip. Such a great clip.
After further research, the big guy was right the entire time. Sorry to that man.
Sorry to the big guy who got it right and everybody else who got it wrong.
Sorry to that man. That point guard, I don't know what he was doing.
It's the most summer league play in history. And David J says, "Where's Mark Cuban's protest?" It's a good question. It's a great question. I mentioned yesterday there's a really good article on The Athletic about the NBA salary cap, and we like to joke every time a contract gets announced. Well, cap's going up.
Cap's going up.
Cap's going up. And this article did a really, really good job of breaking down how the cap has cap is going up for sure. Cap been going up.
Mm-hmm.
It's doubled over the last decade.
Money being made around here.
Ain't no lie. And it's more is about to be made. But the idea of the article is if you're able to look at contracts through the percentage of the salary cap versus the dollar figure, you might think differently about it. And he gives a number of examples. 2015, Goran Dragic signed a 5-year, $85 million contract. That's about 14.7 in year one, 21.1% of the cap. Fred VanVleet in 2020, not the one he just signed, but the one in 2020 that he signed with Toronto, 4 years, $85 million. That was he had 21.2 in year one. That was 19.5% of the cap. Jeremy Grant, of course, signs that 5-year, $160. He's 27.5 in the first season. That's 20% of the cap. So it's barely gone up a full percentage, but you've seen the dollar figures drastically change. In 2025, and this is under the assumption that the cap is going to continue to go up at the same rate that it has been going up over the last decade.
Probably go up higher and faster.
That's what the belief is, right? But this is a conservative estimate that in 2025, that same Jeremy Grant deal that starts at 27.5 and totals at 160 at the same percentage of the cap is going to be worth 33.3 and 193 million. So in a span of 5 years, 20% of the cap will go from 21.2 in a season and 85 over a 4-year deal to 33.3.
That
in a 5-year span.
To me, like you said, we joke about it all the time, but to me, it only made sense. You know, that what these people are signing for right now, if these teams and salary cap, they can make it through this, and get through the first maybe year or two, that it's going to all balance out at the end of the contract.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes perfect sense. I mean, we talk about, like I said, just the conservative estimate of what the cap is doing and the income to the league and all this other stuff. That's before you get into the new TV deal. That's before you get into 2 expansion teams that are going to be coming along. So you combine the new TV deal with the 2 expansion fees and the teams with the natural progression of the cap. Man, Jeremy Grant deal ain't going to look like too much.
See, I'm looking at Michael's message here on youtube.com/ESPN1320. He says a 5th year of your cap on a non-all-star like Jeremy Grant, going to have to pass. That's perfectly fine. You're welcome to, but I guarantee you in that 5th year, that's contract is going to have less impact than Harrison Barnes did. Right. It's going to be the most tradable contract in the league.
It's going to be like, it's not going to be nothing, but it's going to be the way we look at. I'm not even going to say Tobias Harris. I think it'll be looked at lower than that. How we look at Tobias right now on an expiring or something like that. It's going to be maybe Chris Paul, what his 30 minutes, it's going to be the equivalent to that.
No. The NBA has done such an amazing job of growing their game, and Adam Silver is so aware as we head into this new media rights deal that will be negotiated following this season, that live sports programming is bulletproof. Like it can't. It's the one thing. Like you can binge watch whatever your favorite show is, whatever current show is on, you can catch up on it, be it through a streaming service or you could wait for 5 episodes of Ghost to drop before you start watching them. You can't really wait to start watching Kings basketball till 7 games into the season, because you're going to know the results.
Right.
So people want to be a part of it. They want to be a part of the moment. Like, you want to experience 176 to 175 live. You want to know what that feeling was like. You want to know what it was like when Kevin Huerter hit that shot. You want to know what it was like when the feeling of game number 21 in the top 25 games of the Kings season, which we'll reveal later on in the 1 o'clock hour. You want to be a part of that. Adam Silver knows that. Most sports commissioners know that. Shoot, Vince McMahon knows that. And it's, that's why we've got a premium.
Yeah.
You could pay for Ghost or Power or whatever network show. You could pay for that.
Right.
I tell you this, we ain't going on strike.
No.
Now y'all scrambling to get reality shows. Y'all scrambling to fill your fall schedule because these writers and these actors and all these, they're on strike. We here. What y'all want? Man, we here. Price going up.
It's one of those things, and this is, I don't, help me through this one. Tell me what you think, because I feel like this is the one thing that right now continues to keep cable television alive. It's the live sports, because they haven't necessarily figured out how to control, like, behind, I don't want to say behind the paywall, but if NBA tomorrow said we're putting everything on Prime Video, it'd still do good, but it still wouldn't do, I think, what TNT and ESPN would do. I don't think they've mastered.
I think I know what you mean, and
I don't think sports leagues and live watching games live and all this other stuff, I don't think they've mastered not being on terrestrial TV.
Well, they don't have to. Like, they've never been put into a position where they've had to.
No.
I mean, Monday Night Football technically isn't on regular television. It's been on ESPN.
Yeah, no, but that's decade. What I mean. Like, as opposed to having everything on an app. Like, I think I say this to say, I think live sports is keeping them alive, keeping like cable TV alive.
Yeah, that's probably fair. I mean, if everything just it feels like we're getting really, really close to everything moving to an app.
It does, but they won't completely leave it.
Never, because we take for granted the fact that we can get high-speed internet. Even though we might complain about how trash our internet is sometimes, we still have access to it. There's tons of places that still don't have access to the type of internet that you need to stream figuratively 24/7, right? For your main viewing habits to be through streaming services.
And I think that it sounds crazy, but live sports is probably keeping cable in business.
Yeah, it's probably very true.
Because I shouldn't say ever. Maybe there'll come a time. I don't think it's going to happen in the next 20, 25 years where, say, the whole NBA broadcast schedule is just on their app or just streaming. There's no ESPN Wednesday, Friday. There's no TNT Thursday. It's just all on the app. I don't see that coming in the next quarter century, right? Like that's not. So as long as they still have that, there'll still be guys like myself who's like, I want to be able to click from channel to channel, or it's still just a little more convenient for me to have Xfinity with that, the internet, in different rooms, all this other stuff. I'm gonna keep that's keeping them in business. I think that's it. As you talk about the TV shows and everything else like that, I can't remember the last time I watched a TV show on TV.
But that's you.
True.
Like, what about Jasmine? You know what I mean? What about Cheryl and El Grove? Like, what about they're I know it's hard to believe there are people that aren't sports fans. I'm sure there's something. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the hot TV show is, but there's something that's drawing somebody to NBC on Thursday. I don't know what it is.
I don't know either,
but I'm sure that it's there. Same thing with ABC. Same thing with CBS. Like we could talk about. I don't know. Like the voice is still a thing, right?
Yeah,
I'm sure that gets 15 to 20 million people a week.
Yeah, it probably does. But if you needed to, you could binge The Voice. You can't binge the NBA season.
No, you definitely can't.
And
you definitely can't binge the NBA.
And that's
season.
like if the people who make The Voice said, you know what, Netflix is giving us $100 million to just because they're all. Well, I don't think they're all pre-recorded.
I think you're wrong.
You think they'd stay on NBC?
Yeah, I think you're wrong. Yeah, because with binging, like you're saying, release 12 episodes of The Voice at the same time. You know what you lose, and we don't think about this stuff because it's not really our same world. You lose the Hollywood Reporter coverage. You lose the TMZ coverage. You lose the People coverage. Like that drives audience to your show. Just like ESPN.com, just like the King's Beat, the King's Herald, ESPN 1320. That drives, people to Kings games or shoot after the Mavericks game. You know what I mean? Like that's the day-to-day coverage, or in some cases the week-to-week coverage, helps drive the audience for the next week.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I just think all those things, like whatever we watch at home, SVU, like we turned it to SVU on USA because we watched Raw 2 days ago. That's why it's on there. But like if we really want to watch SVU, we can go find it.
But that's SVU on USA. What about SVU on NBC when it's live?
I would make the argument they probably get more people watching the replays than the lives.
I think you can make that argument, but I believe you'd be wrong. I'm gonna say you're wrong. I have no idea if SVU is even on anymore.
I believe it still is.
Okay.
I believe it still is. I'm sure it is.
If Ice-T's still a cop out there, he's getting an audience.
Well, they do these like special, like where they didn't combine the shows. And the one guy, I forgot, he used to be the lead detective. He didn't got his own show, and sometimes he comes back on SVU for a 2-hour special as his new role. Okay. It gets crazy. It gets crazy.
Law and Order SVU, 24 seasons. My goodness. It doesn't appear that it's wrapped up. It hasn't. It's still going.
You know the one that they probably now let me tell you let me see what you think about this. You know the one that they can't replicate is daytime TV.
Soap operas.
soap
Yeah,
operas,
no chance.
and your
Nope.
Price is Rights and
Nope.
stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
I think that is also probably helping keep cable alive or so.
So fascinating. Law and Order. Thursday nights. I don't know. I don't know
Thursday
what
nights at 9.
I don't know what day this is. This is from April. Of course, nothing's airing now. 4.3 million. They led Thursday night with 4.3 million. That's more than your average NBA game on TNT.
Probably so, yeah.
But not more than your average NBA game on ABC.
Well, then that goes into what we talk about, where there's still a lot of people who are tapped into the traditional networks, probably more than we realize.
Mm-hmm.
More than, like you mentioned, or more than I give credit for. That they just about their NBC, ABC, Fox, CBS. And if it's on, that's one of the reasons why the NFL probably getting Monday Night Football back on ABC.
That's absolutely.
Because there's still just people who just rock with that.
Well, now ESPN is looking for a different way to distribute themselves. Like they're looking at a way, like we've got YouTube TV on right now, and we're watching, our man Mark Spears up here on the television. They're looking for a way, like, what do we need YouTube for? What do we need? I mean, we could use YouTube. We could use Hulu Live, but how many people subscribe to YouTube TV because they want to watch ESPN programming? Let's figure out a way, because you got ESPN Plus, but I think the only way that you get ESPN is if you log in with a cable thing or a Hulu thing, or like something that says you're paying for it elsewhere.
If you got cable, you can log in.
There's a belief they're trying to eliminate that. Where you subscribe to ESPN Plus, but you're getting ESPNs too. Now, you know what comes with that? A price increase.
Don't do it, guys. Don't do it.
Well, it could be different tiers, though, right? It could be different tiers of how you subscribe to ESPN.
I'm gonna get the top tier. Like, don't
That's
do
what
it,
you
guys.
do.
Don't
Like,
do it.
That's what you get. What you got a premium, right?
Well, settle down.
I found another. This is dated January 27th. And I don't know why we're fixated on Law and Order. I think it's just because you mentioned it. But TV Line says SVU draws its second largest audience since May of 2018. That was 5.2 million, peaked at 5.7.
They doing numbers. They doing numbers, man.
But again, that's regular television. ABC had.
I apologize. I wasn't familiar with your game.
Well,
they doing numbers.
ABC had some show celeb. I don't know if that's Celeb Jeopardy. I don't know what that is, but it says 4.3 million.
Celeb Jeopardy, Celeb Family Feud. Those probably do good.
Okay.
Well.
Yeah. Hell's Kitchen on Fox did 2.2 million. Like, there's an audience for regular TV.
They still doing it. I'm sure the Masked Singer was probably up there for a minute too when they was doing their thing.
And that was just a Thursday night lineup. That's all that was.
Shout out to the homie JD. He talked about Chicago PD. The Chicago game. That Chicago series, I know my mom they got her in a chokehold. All the
Chicago PD,
Chicago Fire, Chicago, I think it's Med or something like that.
What about the Shy?
She loved the Shy too. She loved it. But that little triple threat with the PD, the Fire, and
is it all the same show? The same family?
I don't know if they ever intertwine with each other, but they come on probably like 3 days a week.
Like the Scandal, How to Get Away with Murder crossover. That was fire.
But man, I know they got Cheryl Nell Grove in a chokehold. She was running to get home to watch that Chicago Fire, Chicago PD stuff.
Our man Brando asked, curious why aren't NFL contracts going up similarly with their TV deals changing? Well, here's the thing: they are. It's just there's a distinct difference, because the split is a little bit. The split might be 51-49 in favor of the owners, or it might even be 51.5 versus 48.5 for owners to players in the NFL, whereas in the NBA, I think it's like 50-50. But contracts have gone up. The big difference is there's no max contract in the NFL. So it's harder to decipher what's what. Like, you have in the NBA, you almost have like slotted contracts. You don't have that in the NFL. So it's hard to decipher. The only thing you're really watching is who's the highest paid quarterback. And you'll be hearing a lot about this, likely over the next few months. Who's the highest paid defensive player in the history of the NBA or NFL, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
You hear those things. The cap is just different because, one, the max contract thing, but two, you don't know how much money's actually on the books. They'll say, hey, Lamar Jackson starts his new, $200 million deal this year with 180 guaranteed or 200 guaranteed or whatever it is. He's getting 90 in year one, but his salary, 700,000.
Right.
And he got 89.3 as a signing bonus.
Yeah,
like you see all of the time. Dak Prescott, that I actually use Dak's number. That's the most famous one I can think of. Dak signs the deal, pen touches paper, he immediately gets $90 million. The signing bonus and the salary from the first year. His whole, the whole chunk of his contract, the bulk of the life-changing money was paid in the first 2 years of it.
Well,
now he's got to get by on $700,000.
Poor guy. It's not
it's about
the
what he's
same
worth
exact
as a player
thing,
too.
but everybody kind of
Well, that's not true.
I mean,
that's not true.
Look who's.
That's not.
Oh my
true.
God.
That's not true.
Oh my God.
That's not. Don't hit that button. I was just kidding. I don't think Dak is a $700,000 player.
But
that's getting close.
Oh my God.
Dak's got something to prove this year, dude. Dak need to show up. I mean, I don't care if he doesn't.
He is who he is.
He needs to show up.
I just seen enough.
Well,
I didn't seen enough.
Dak year one was really good.
He was.
That's Dak year one.
But he's a good quarterback. He's not a bad quarterback. I just don't think he's that guy. There's a distinct line in the sand that he don't ever cross. When you talk about the Allens, I'll even throw the Herberts, Mahomes, throw Jalen Hurts in there now. He don't cross that line. Some people think he is. Some people think he does. He don't cross that line.
That's just being the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys.
That's all. Yeah, hey,
that's all. That's what that is. That's the quarterback. Is he the Jeremy Grant?
Nah, he's better than Jeremy Grant.
Okay.
He's better than Jeremy Grant. I mean,
Jeremy Grant's good.
He is. He's a little closer to. I was gonna say Kuzma. He's better than Kuzma. He's better at quarterback.
Kyle Kuzma better than Jeremy Grant?
They're on the same wave.
Oh,
they're on the same wave.
Okay.
Two things. Number one,
mm-hmm.
It's kind of what they talk about with Patrick Mahomes, right? Patrick Mahomes signed a $500 million deal, but he ain't never seen $500 million. So that'll be renegotiated.
He ain't never seen the end of that deal.
No, that'll be renegotiated.
Because as a matter of fact, I think we got one more year before Patrick can go to Kansas City and say, hey, y'all might want to fix this.
Yeah.
I just won my second or third MVP or whatever it is, Super Bowl. Y'all might want to fix this.
Yeah. Second,
I'm gonna need that Deshaun Watson contract.
He messed up the whole game. But second, we have exactly what happened in that Dallas-Indiana Summer League game. Do we want it now or do we want to save it?
Let's save it. I want to know what happened. We will find out what happened in a game that took place 7 days ago. Not only will we find out what happened in a game that took place 7 days ago, we'll find out what happened in a summer league game that took place 7 days ago. I'll do you one better. We'll find out what happened 7 days ago in a summer league game that doesn't involve the Sacramento Kings.
You ain't going to get that nowhere else.
I bet Dallas didn't even do this. They were probably talking to Jerry Jones and never thought twice about it. We'll come back. We'll get that update. Nick DePaula joins us at the top of the 1 o'clock hour as well when D'Lo and Casey return here. D'Lo and Casey brought to you by Sky River Casino. Returns here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
My man Will Z be doing his thing with the graphics, man. I could learn a thing or two from him.
Yeah, Will's doing a great job. Kind of pisses me off, low-key. Just started making graphics. The Nerlens Noel signing is official. Just got that notice from the Sacramento Kings. Was that Chelsea? Who was that?
The Aces in Asia beat somebody's shit up.
The Aces?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe it's Sunday. Yeah, James. I'm not gonna lie. I think we both want it better. We want it. I shouldn't say better. We want it different. Yeah, they play on Saturday. That's what it is.
Yeah,
it's not a bad song. It's just
it's a hit.
Oh, you're doing this again?
It's gonna be a hit record. It
You
just
too?
sounds like everything else.
Is Dak top 10?
Probably.
Off the top of my head, I'm gonna say no.
Is he better than Tua?
Yes. Dak's better than Tua. Right now. I mean, Tua can.
I'm not asking as a Dolphins fan.
Yeah,
I think Tua's like
Tua
right
can
on the
take him.
borderline.
I feel like I got to give it to Dak because he's a little healthier.
I'd probably
If
go
they
Dak
played
too.
If they played the same amount of games, I think Tua.
Wait, yo, what's that?
better. They about to do a segment on the Kings.
Talking Kings basketball. 10 quarterbacks better than
should
Dak
just let it
Prescott
play.
right now.
Hey guys, we're gonna pull up NBA today here.
Checking with our colleagues, Richard Jefferson and Shanae Abumake. Did Shanae retire and I missed
I'm
it?
assuming she did. Because
She used to work during, like, she would do both. This doesn't seem possible at this point.
Did you see Trista was taking a picture with the ops? I think that was Trista who I saw that with. Coffee boy. Trista was with the ops.
On is that on IG?
I forgot where. I thought I might have saw it on Twitter. He trash.
Well, I ain't ready to come back. I need to see this. Did Trista? I mean, Trista tweeted a Mitch Richmond thing last night. I don't see any pictures of her with the ops here.
I thought it was Trista. I'm pretty sure it was.
I don't think it was TK. Unless it was on like her IG story or something. I don't think it was TK. Maybe she doesn't know about our beef with Coffee Boy.
I mean,
it's not really a beef.
Our situation doesn't have to be her situation.
No, well,
and
well,
in that particular situation, our situation don't have to be hers.
Okay.
And if it ever happened, hey, I tell him just like I talked to Draymond. I'm like, man, that's what I think about you, dog. No, we have a conversation and change all that. But,
yeah, I'd be happy to talk to Draymond, but Amin El-Hassan can kiss my ass. That dude garbage.
I ain't
That dude garbage. Hey, why'd you trash De'Aaron for just looking for, No, I can't do it that day. Bro, we ain't give you a day. Like, we just asked if you could do the show. We ain't even give you a day or time. Jordan Meeks says it was Trista. Oh, man. All right, I'll fill in Trista.
Yeah,
but you're right. She could rock with her.
Yeah, her situation ain't got to be our situation.
We'll just let her know Amin sucks.
And that. Now there are certain situations I would have
let the coffee emojis fly if I knew if I saw it. It would have been nothing but cups of coffee. I didn't see it on Twitter, so it must have been on Facebook.
I
somewhere.
forgot where I saw.
I mean, not on Facebook, on IG somewhere.
I forgot where I saw it, but I was like, oh, okay, yeah. We're trying to pull up.
Mm-hmm. All right. Miss P's right. We'll just chalk it up. She doesn't know.
So.
Because Trista's the type of person who'd be like, yo, why are you trash, dude?
Yeah.
She's the type of person who'd say, yo, why are you acting out with my people in Sacramento?
I guarantee you she would say that.
Mm-hmm.
She would just be like, yo, man, why you what's up with you and my guys, man? You know those are my guys.
One thing we know Trista doesn't go for, phoniness.
No.
She don't go for the fake.
She don't play that.
Not a bit.
she
do not go for the fake. The second she feels like she encounters someone fake, she'll tell you. Hey, what happened? What happened in the Mavericks game 7 days ago?
So it's 104.
Yep.
78.
Yep.
Dallas Mavericks with 3:49 to go in the fourth quarter. The Mavericks had gotten some kind of dunk to get it to it doesn't matter. To score a point. Game was in hand.
Mm-hmm.
So Jared Dudley goes for, hey, Pacers got the ball. Hey, foul that guy so I can get these guys at the end of the bench in. They do that.
Mm-hmm.
The refs call the foul. And then they just line up for the Magic, take the ball out again.
And
you're right there. Jared Dudley's there saying, hey, what are you doing?
That's terrific. That's terrific.
Oh man, feel bad for Big Guy because Big Guy was looking like the butt of all the jokes for a long time, and he knew exactly what was going on.
Oh yeah, there's Trista with the ops.
Oh, you found it.
I did. It's on IG. Trista got her. Look at TK. How did I miss this? TK got her distressed white jeans on, cropped. She got the high white jeans with the socks showing and some high top Jordan. Look at TK right there. Come on, man. You telling me D-Lo and Casey don't influence this look right here?
Fresh to death.
I am going to type some just cups of coffee here.
Hey, the op shoes are trash, by the way.
I just sent her some coffee emojis. She got on crop pants, though. I ain't mad at it. See you, TK. I don't know who those other people are.
I don't either.
But she's living her best life at Summer League.
It's all good.
All right. Well, I'm glad we got to the bottom of a game that happened 7 days ago. It didn't involve the Sacramento Kings at all. But what does involve the Sacramento Kings is Nerlens Noel. That signing is official as we got the media release from the Sacramento Kings just moments ago. The Nerlens Noel signing is official. Per team policy, terms of the deal were not disclosed. Okay. All right, guys. But that deal is done. Nick DePaula going to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Did you see the trailer for Winning Time? The new trailer for Winning Time is out.
I did. I kind of popped when I saw that. I was like, oh. And I was like, when is it coming back? Oh, snap. Like 2 weeks. Let's go.
Yeah, August 6th. Winning Time is back, and it's prominently features Larry Bird. Larry Bird and the Boston Celtics, which, of course, if we're picking up following the Los Angeles Lakers' first championship, and I think you've probably got to run with Philly in there, I think, and then it's just Boston for the next handful of years. So
yeah, they're gonna I wonder how far they're gonna go.
So
they're gonna lose to Houston. And they're going to lose to Philly.
What I noticed, and I feel like they would have put it in the trailer because it would have been like a big reveal.
Yeah.
I don't know that there are any Jordan nods in it.
Well, Jordan,
because I feel like you would have at least, shown them, but it focused on Bird, Red Auerbach, and some rather cheesy cuts of beat LA from the Boston Celtics.
So I'm gonna do this without looking, and I could be completely wrong. I think they're gonna zoom past a lot of that stuff because they first played the Lakers in like 80.
I think that's right, 84. Because you have
84.
Philly, You have you have Philly winning the finals. What in 81?
80. They won in 83.
Who won in 81?
I think the Boston Celtics won in 81. It goes.
I didn't think the Boston Celtics won until
They beat Houston in 81.
Yeah, and Houston.
the Celtics beat
Houston beat the Lakers. They swept the Lakers that year in the conference finals. 80. I don't think they played in 82. I don't remember who played in 82. But I don't think that. The whole point is I don't think the Lakers and Celtics played until like 87.
No, maybe they do zoom past a lot of this.
Lakers did win in 82. They beat the Sixers in 82.
Okay.
Well, they had 5 titles in the damn decade, so that checks out.
They beat the Sixers twice and then lost to them? I don't know.
Yeah, they got swept
all
the
the
next
stuff
year.
is on Google or on the internet. I could easily find it out. But I say that to say, like, I think they didn't play till 87. I think they only played twice. No, they played before 87.
No, they didn't. No, they played They played in like 84, 85.
Maybe it's 84, 85, and then they played again in 87.
Well, regardless of when they played, this has nothing to do with anything. The freaking Boston Celtics are prominently featured in Winning Time. Jesus Christ, what are we doing right now?
And they're very unlikable.
Oh my God, they were unlikable the 10 seconds they were in the first season.
Very unlikable.
It's like, God, did Red Auerbach suck this much in person? Yeah, they were extremely hateable. It's funny. Like, every Laker hates this show. They all claim they didn't see it.
Mm-hmm.
But none, like, I think, who was the most? James Worthy. Worthy was like, no, watch the Hulu Legacy. Watch Legacy. Because that's us. That's real. That's what happened. I ain't watching Winning Time. James, you saw Winning Time. You stop it. You saw that Jerry West scene just like we did. You stop it.
They
I mean, I can get it. If I lived it and someone is taking liberties with like something I lived through, I'd probably have a problem with it too.
Yeah, I get it. But it's a good show.
It's a really good show. It's a really, really good show.
It's a damn good show.
But it's a show.
Right.
It's an entertainment show.
Right.
And again, I completely understand all of these guys who aren't feeling it because that's their life.
Mm-hmm.
But from just an entertainment standpoint, like, I enjoy the show. Still very, very confused with why the series started the way that it did. It started, if you recall, with what was clearly it wasn't, depicted on a graphic, but if you know what you're looking at, it was clearly Magic Johnson in the doctor's office in 1991.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't get past 1981.
I mean, I know, right?
Maybe that's the big grand finale of the episode. I don't know, but
I mean, when you talk about the dynasty of the Lakers, they probably got 3 or 4 seasons to work with.
Yeah, we didn't know, like, how many seasons of this are there? I don't think they knew either.
They might have 5. If I think they should know, because if you're going with the dynasty and you showed Magic Johnson leaving the doctor's office on that first time, and you're going to take the whole first season to do his rookie year, you're going to go through the Celtics stuff. Maybe this year, they could do the whole 4 NBA finals, or they could just do 1, 2 at a time. But then you talk about him and the Pistons, him and Isaiah, and then you could close it off with the 90 to 91 season, him losing Jordan and then walking away. You can do about 4 seasons.
Yeah, there's some legs to this series. They gotta keep it strong, keep it moving in a good direction. And I think there's obviously no shortage of storylines here.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if they'll play up the fact that because the series, the trailer, I should say, gives strong like arch rival vibes. And everything I've heard described is that was absolutely the case until like a famous Converse commercial that I think was shot at Larry Bird's
French
house.
Yeah.
And from there, they were buddies after that.
I mean, I already know what's happening. I know it's coming. Just get the clip ready, I guess.
Oh, okay. I got you. I already know what clip you're talking about.
Lake Show. The Lakers are the best franchise in NBA history.
Wow. We're doing that today?
Are they?
No.
We're doing that?
Lakers all-time greats aren't even their own all-time greats. They come from other places.
That don't really matter.
Uh,
The Lakers legit,
I ain't doing that.
the Lakers legit going from the early
Jesse got a
late 60s, early
Jesse's
70s.
got a point.
Lakers have
though.
taken
Jesse's
everything from
got a
everyone else,
point.
bro. They're
Like,
bought.
they got-
They're not culture. They're none of that. They're all bought from everywhere else.
They got Magic,
Mhm.
Kobe.
Jerry West, Elgin Baylor,
Okay, Jerry West, Elgin Baylor.
James Worthy, if you like those.
Yeah,
names.
I wasn't. I probably wouldn't put him Hall of Famer. No, I don't know that
Yeah.
I'd put him next to those other four.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, the Lakers were a stop. Shaq. I'm not suggesting Shaq's not important to Lakers history.
Mhm.
It was a stop. LeBron. It's a stop.
I mean, outside of
The greats played there.
outside of what would you say? You say for Boston, Russell. I'll be respectful. Cousy, Havlicek, and Bird. Those are the guys. Like McHale is like worthy. Robert Parrish is.
If you're gonna be respectful,
First ballot Hall of Famer, Paul Pierce.
So
and your boy
who
Tatum.
well,
Jason Tatum.
He ain't got a title yet. That's my boy.
That's your guy.
He-
I'm
he-
just
he ain't
saying.
got a title
Okay.
yet. We can't put him in there. So that's 5. That's 5 like top tier all time greats. And I don't even know if Paul Pierce is top tier all time great, but I'll put him in there for argument's sake. You combine that with Wes, Baylor, Kobe, Magic, 5-4.
I mean, is it just off players? Because Celtics got more all-time wins. They beat them in the finals 9-3.
I mean, the Celtics.
Celtics have handled the Lakers for the
Can-
most
What,
part.
okay.
what have the Celtics done in the last 50 years?
What has anyone done in the last 50
The
years?
Lakers won in the last 50 years. The Celtics were winning when they had 8 teams in the league.
Let me ask a question. Is it the Lakers or is it Los Angeles?
What you mean?
Is the draw playing for the playing for the Lakers or is the draw playing in Los Angeles?
I can't speak to
Because
what it
Kareem
was.
feels like Los Angeles. Shaquille feels like Los Angeles. LeBron is Los Angeles. That's what we're talking about.
I think Dr. Buss changed, made it
The Lakers.
the Los Angeles Lakers. I don't know. I can't speak, but it didn't
The
feel
Minneapolis Lakers don't hit the same.
like don't hit the same. I don't know what if it was like Wilt Chamberlain's like I just got to get to LA, or he wanted to play for the Lakers. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, but I know there is an aura that Dr. Buss made with that franchise.
The Lakers Showtime thing is legit. Like that, there's no
Mhm.
like that's legit, and maybe that lives to this day.
Mhm.
Oh, I just can't believe you asked that question on a Friday.
Yeah, I'm heated right
We
now.
just
to be
having a
honest.
nice little day.
I'm
Mine
pretty
is-
mad right
We're
now.
just having a nice little day, and Nick DePaula is joining us. And
There
you're
he
talking
is,
about
man. The
the
CKM
talking about the
GOAT.
Lakers.
What's up, guys?
Franchise of all time. What's up, Nick?
I walked in on some Laker talk, huh?
Man,
Man,
that's-
look, I'm a basketball dude. This is the difference between me and Warriors fans. I watch
Now we're shooting
basketball.
on Warriors
I
fans.
watch basketball. I ain't worried about just the Kings. I watch hoop. The Warrior fans only watch the Dubs, and when Curry's done, they're done.
What?
That's why I can talk to them crazy because they don't know what the hell they talking about. I watch hoop.
Why you all fired up today? Left your glasses on and everything. Man, yo, is this the house setup? Yo, what's this setup
Yo, come
behind
on,
you?
man.
That's fire.
It's not bad. I'm in Portland still, but I did move. So I got this is where I watch a lot of basketball games, as you would imagine.
Very nice.
Nice.
Yeah, that's a setup right there. Well,
Not bad.
since we've got the sneaker insider with the boardroom here with us, let's and Kenny for whatever reason is just excited to talk to Lakers. Let's
Stop it.
Let's start with Kobe. That's one of the big stories kind of in the sneaker world is the Kobe line is getting ready to relaunch. I know Kobe Day on 8/24 is going to be a big part of that. What do we know about that relaunch with Nike?
So I always think it's interesting when the executives do their big sort of quarterly talks because sometimes they use phrases that sneakerheads get excited about that they didn't really mean it like that. So it's, the Kobe deal got re-signed a little over a year ago already. So I don't know if I would call it like a relaunch. I just think they'll be making it more widely available for once. When the deal got re-signed last year, you had the Mambasita Kobe 4s, the Mambasita Kobe 6s, but even that stuff was still super limited. So
Only person I ever saw with those was Domas. Never saw
Right?
him. Sabonis was the only one who I saw with those.
And wasn't Chris Middleton the one that like kind of jumped things off because he had them and they're like, yo, what are those? And he's like,
he debuted them in the playoffs a little early, yeah. And it was funny because he got those from somebody overseas. He bought them from a store himself. He didn't even get those from Nike. So he was, you had guys in the league jumping through hoops to get pairs, let alone, us as civilians. So I think now everybody's excited because you might have the first time where you could just walk into a Foot Locker, buy some Kobe 6s, buy some Kobe 5s, and they'll finally be more widely available is the idea. And then I think, too, you're going to start to see more models. I think they're going to kick it off with the Kobe 8, but then they're going to have other Kobe models come in as well, even some Kobe Air Forces, some other stuff like that. So I think, for a lot of Kobe fans, a long time coming and something that's definitely something everybody's looking forward to.
Well, that was one of the things I remember when Vanessa Bryant, when she first kind of walked away from Nike with Kobe's estate, she said, because we all remember what it was like. You talk about the Mambasitas, but also the Grinches. That was the one where it hit me, where I got on the app at like 6:59, and they was already telling me sold out. I said, how? And it was crazy. It was mayhem trying to get the Kobe's Grinches. And Vanessa was like, I'm not for this. Like, this is not okay. And that's one of the reasons why she, stopped doing business with them. And it was that part of the terms of like getting back in business. Like, hey, those kind of things can't happen again. Like, we got to make these things. They don't have to be at your local Ross, but like they got to be able to be purchased by the general public.
I got a lot of my heat in middle school and high school at Ross and Marshalls, but obviously, I think that was part of it, right? Is there's certain launches like the Grinches in particular where it should be like what the Jordan 11 is every December, where it's one of the most produced shoes and everybody has a shot at it. This December is going to be interesting because they're actually doing the reverse Grinches. So I don't know if you've seen those, but they're all red with like the neon accents. They're pretty fresh. So that was a big part of it. Another huge part of it, and I can't believe it's been a year and a half now since that story, but they're going to be relaunching a new Mamba Academy in Southern California.
Oh, wow.
So that was a big part of the deal for her too, to have a physical gym that, obviously the Mamba Academy was where Gigi's team played and NBA guys trained and a lot of other kids trained. So they're going to have that. I believe it's going to be more towards Orange County area, closer to where they were living at. But that'll become a new center that Nike's involved in. That'll be something that, hopefully the next couple generations of kids can play at and sort of inspired by Kobe, take on that new legacy.
Kobe's legacy living through Nike is just something that absolutely has to happen, and the fact that it is incredible. Another guy who, and congratulations to you because you were the first one to break this story, Kyrie Irving has a tremendous influence on the sneaker world. But one thing Kenny and I were discussing is, can you kind of give us some insight on what like, especially for a name like Kyrie? We know other guys, Clay. We know there's a number of other guys who have like overseas deals with overseas shoes companies. But what is exactly does that entail? Like, we had to look up, can we buy these here? Like, how do we get a pair of like Kyrie shoes? Like, how does that work when you have a deal with a overseas brand?
Yeah, so I would say there's probably 5 Chinese brands that are most known. You got Li Ning, Anta, Peak, 361, and then there's a brand Austin Reeves has signed with called Rigor. And the thing that's crazy over there that I didn't realize till I actually went over there is just the volume. So I actually got to shadow Clay for 2017 and 2018, his summer tours. We went to like 8 cities in 10 days. It was crazy. And Anta has 9,600 stores throughout China. And if you think about it, I think Foot Locker has about 800 stores in the US. So just think about like the gap of what that looks like. Foot Locker has about 2,500 stores around the whole world. So when you think about just the actual physical retail presence, that part's the first part that I think blows people away. The one thing I will say that's going to be different about Kyrie that hasn't been the case with Clay is they're definitely going to be partnering with retailers in the U.S. And launching stuff here in the U.S. There's a shoe right now, the Shockwave 5, that he's going to be wearing to start the year. I'm sure, as you guys know, the signature process takes a while. So his first signature shoe won't launch till probably February of 24. But they're going to have a shoe that he wears called the Shockwave that has a couple different modifications to it with his input, and that'll be what's sold here in the U.S. But I think for the first time they'll be pretty available in the U.S. Clay stuff, if you go on like claythompson.com, you could track it down, but it's definitely been more of an effort. And same thing for Li Ning. Like you gotta put some effort into. I mean, you could definitely just cop a plane ticket and go to Beijing, or you got to try to find them online and put some effort in. So I think now with the Kyrie popularity of his shoe line over the years, that's something they're trying to crack the code on a little bit in terms of having it more out here in the U.S.
Yeah, Kyrie, I think I saw this on your feed. I can't remember, but anyway, Kyrie, somebody had asked a question about signature shoes, and they said like Kobe, LeBron. I think they threw one other out there, but they're like, man, who's next after that? And Kyrie responded like, look at the numbers and look what I did. Like, I think I'm in that conversation. And you know what, Nick? He's right. I remember
he had a firm response.
Those, I'd say probably the first 5, probably the 6 and 7 ones too. But for sure, the first 5 Kyries, because, I coach the kids and, I see what they have on all the time. Them first 5 Kyries were everywhere for 5 years or whatever the case. He's had an impact, and he's got a legendary shoe line with Nike.
Well, you think about the timeline too, right? So the Kyrie 1 was 2015 finals. Kyrie 2 was their crazy 3-1 comeback when he hit the shot in Game 7. But that was also when Kobe retired. So I always looked at it as Kyrie sort of took on that carrying of the torch as sort of that trusted performance shoe every year. So, I mean, when you look at the current signatures, I mean, you had 60, 70 guys in the league wearing it. Like you said, all the kids are wearing it. It was really that every year trusted shoe that, that was the thing too. I think, most of his shoes were $130, $135. So you had a solid price for kids, and then you trusted the performance of him, and you knew how meticulous he was in terms of what he was looking for. And I think they're trying to sort of recapture that with Anta now. I've played in a lot of the Anta stuff. I think people are going to be surprised when they get their hands on some of these shoes, like the quality and the performance of it. I think, when you look like 5+ years past in the past, like people might not have had, a good impression of some of the shoes from over there. And I think now that's really changed.
You talked about how meticulous Kyrie was. Was he heavily, and this is what I always wondered, like from brand to brand, was he heavily involved in how this shoe was structured? And because we've heard, I always say like LeBron's first shoe was built for a guy who was 6'5", 250. Like that shoe was not built for me to wear. So you can see like the influence of LeBron James in that shoe. And as he got older, the shoe got lighter. How much influence did Kyrie have?
Yeah, I think the thing with him and Kobe, you saw this too, and I would even give Paul George this credit, is those guys sort of set like a really good foundation for what they wanted their signature lines to represent. So they had a similar formula from shoe to shoe. It was never that much of a departure. But when you think about like just the support, the grip, the cushioning in the forefoot, like just everything that his shoes really had year to year, I mean, he was super particular about what he was looking for. I think that was the tricky thing we saw this last year, was even though the shoe deal, I think with Nike, I want to say it came to an end in November, he was just so comfortable with those shoes and had been so involved that he wore them throughout the whole season because he didn't want to change mid-year. So now going into next season, he'll have input with the Anta stuff, and I think that stuff will be just as impressive in terms of performance.
Another thing that I'm pretty interested in, that you broke, I think you broke this as well, is Nike getting back with Deion Sanders. And it was a big deal. And my mind started flowing when I saw that. I was like, yo, we getting these Deons back, out in circulation again. I know they've done it a couple times, maybe about 10 years ago, but what's the details that about that? Like, do they have plans to, start re-releasing some of these Deons?
Yeah, I think when you look at the Nike signature guys, there's two that stick out when they were out of contract that was unfortunate, like Andre Agassi and Deion. Like when they didn't have Agassi stuff, and then when they didn't have Deion stuff, like I think anybody that grew up in the 90s, like those were two of the best signature lines outside of hoops, along with Ken Griffey. So So it was weird because I was actually with Brandon Jennings in Lake Tahoe when the story broke. And when Dion went to the Hall of Fame, he was technically signed to Under Armour. And Under Armour made him like a special edition of Brandon's Black Ice signature shoe. And even back then, like you could just tell, like they just didn't feel right. Like they had like a Niners color of an Under Armour shoe, and Under Armour wasn't even making shoes when he was on the Niners, So it was really about him as a coach. At that time, he had Prime Prep, and then of course was coaching college. But now that he's at a Nike school, and obviously he's just sort of risen the ranks in terms of coaching, like it makes all the sense in the world. I don't think they've been under contract since 2010. So, they've done some retros without him being involved, but that DT 96 in particular, of course, the first 2 Diamond Turfs, like it was fun reading on Twitter. Like I like when stuff like that happens because I just like reading the responses. Like you could just tell people's excitement level. They were so hyped to know that some of this stuff is coming back. You saw his son Shadur in the white and red DT cleats just in practice that day. So
I need those in turf form. I need those for my Niners.
So they're, and then the Buffalo colors, it's the white, it's that black, white, gold that the original colors were on some of his stuff too. So much of it just lines up. Obviously, he's still got that larger than life personality that he always had, and I think it's going to be super exciting for people to see it come back to life with all the official logos, the official rollouts, and everything like that.
All right, Nick, let's get down to business.
Yeah, it's time to get down.
All right,
we got to know. We got to know what's going on.
That was a nice little warm up. Those were some good little prelude matches. What's up? Where's our guy going? Like, how does De'Aaron Fox, an All NBA player, an All-Star, how does this man not only not have a shoe deal? How does he not have a very, very lucrative shoe deal?
Well, I think we're on the cusp here, right? So we had. Let's see. So the shoe deals always expire October 1st, right? So that's sort of, in my world, my free agency window. I know July 1 is, of course, the teams, but I'm always looking at October 1st. And so we saw De'Aaron over the course of the year. He was wearing Converse, he was wearing New Balance, and he was wearing Curry stuff. So I'm expecting him to probably sign something in the next month. I think before we get to training camp, I don't think it's going to be something like last year where it was him rotating through stuff and up in the air. It's kind of odd because you've had some high-profile guys like Jaylen Brown, for example, who's still a sneaker free agent over the course of a couple seasons. But I think with De'Aaron, especially as exciting as it was to have them in the playoffs for the first time in literally forever, I don't see him going into next season, and I think he's going to sign something soon. So,
do you think it's with one of those companies?
Yeah, it'll definitely be with one of those 3. So I don't want to give it away just yet. But as
Kenny alluded to, for those who aren't watching, he got a little smirk on his face.
As Kenny alluded to, I do like to break the deals personally. So
But I mean, it was cool last time Nick was on here. He kind of broke down what that stuff entails. It's not just, oh, he's a good ball player, give him a signature shoe. Like there's benchmarks, and luckily for Fox, he hit quite a few of them this past season with an All-NBA, with an All-Star. He's got, I don't know if they put in the Clutch Award, but I mean, that's a postseason award. So he hit, it seems like he hit a good number of those benchmarks. So I don't know if he's signature.
What are you talking about? Signature shoe? I'm talking about a shoe deal.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it starts with the shoe deal, and then like, I don't know, man. I wouldn't rule out that signature down the road. When I just had a story about like sort of the next class of guys that could be in that mix, and like, Jamal Murray, to me, obviously winning the championship, I think he's going to go to another level the next couple of years here on that Nuggets team. Scoot Henderson's going to be an exciting young dude who's got a shoe coming with Puma. And then I think when you look at point guards, like, De'Aaron's in that next class for sure. So I don't know that the next deal he gets will include it off top like what you guys are saying. But, I think it's something where 2-3 years down from now, like it could be something in the works and something that is on the table if he continues to elevate his game. And, if the Kings are, I mean, obviously we're Kings guys, but if the Kings are a contending team for a few years here to come while he's there leading the ship, I wouldn't rule it out at all.
Those would go crazy. Those Swipe Air Maxes, like, they sold out immediately out here, man.
Yeah, and I think people forget too, like that pack, when you look back at it, it was him, Devin Booker, and Tatum. And Tatum's obviously just had his first shoe of Jordan. Book's next up with Nike, and maybe De'Aaron is around the corner too. So it was cool because those 3 guys were, I think, in their maybe second or third season only when they had those shoes drop with their sportswear stuff. And those Air Max 1s were fresh. So I'm excited to see what he's got coming.
And by the way, the Tatum ones might be the craziest line right now. The Tatum ones.
You like those, huh?
Oh, I love the Tatum ones. They're going crazy.
I think the thing that Jay's done great is his colorways and his stories have been awesome. You know, whether it's stuff with Deuce, stuff with his hometown, just his interests, like he's had a little more depth on colorways than some of the other guys that we've seen. So I think that's probably been the biggest piece that's taken off. Unfortunately, usually how it goes is like the 3 freshest ones you like are just PEs. You know, we kind of see that all the time. But you know, hopefully going forward, I know they've had like the pink lemonade, some other ones people liked a lot, but we'll see what. I know the blueprint one in particular this year was probably everybody's favorite, and that one's not coming out, but we'll see.
This follow-up is unrelated, just for the record. It's just a question. It's in my notes. You can see it. Is Steph the only one on Under Armour with a signature? I mean, I know The Rock has a signature shoe, but I mean, in terms of basketball players, is Steph the only one on Under Armour that has a signature shoe?
Yeah, The Rock does, like you said, in training, and that business is crazy. I mean, he's exploded with that. But right now, Steph's the only current signature guy. In the past, you had Joel Embiid who had a shoe, and then before that, Brandon Jennings, like I was saying. And then on the women's side, they signed Kelsey Plum. So we'll see, you know, if Kelsey, because obviously, like on the women's side, we've had some momentum with some signatures coming around.
Yeah, you just posted one with Stewie, right? For Puma?
Yeah, so Stewie was the first in 10 years, which is kind of crazy. First since Candace Parker. Then you had Elena Delle Donne and Sabrina. Personally, I think Asia Wilson would be the next one, you know, of that mix. But you know, then you got Kelsey and maybe some other young players coming out of college that you know, whether that's Juju or AZ Fudd, some others that could have a shot. Obviously, Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese too. So
the Las Vegas Aces starting 5-pack available.
Man, the Aces is a cool team too, because you know, Asia's with Nike, Candace is Adidas, Kelsey is Under Armour, and Jackie Young is Puma actually. So they got, and then Chelsea Gray is Adidas. So they got the whole mix of everybody. So it's fun to see, but. You know, they might break the all-time season record this year. I think they're 20-2 right now. So, man,
that's crazy. No one has been able to get Candace from Adidas. Like that was Tennessee. Like she was with Adidas her freshman. Like that's crazy.
She was saying it's funny because I wore the red Hyperflights at McClatchy because Jay Will, that was his shoe, and that was one of the last Nike shoes Candace wore.
Wow.
I interviewed her once because she had a photo in high school because we're the same high school year. So I was like, "Oh, you had the red Hyperflights too. That was my senior shoe." She's like, "That might be the last time I wore Nike." You know, so it was crazy because that was probably, you know, 03, 02, 03 back then. But yeah, I mean, since she calls them the moon boots, since the first Kobe's, you know, the Kobe, she's been Adidas ever since.
Elijah asked me to ask you about them Hyperflights, by the way.
You know, Elijah's the first person I ever saw because he tested the blue ones a year before they come out. So I was
always into something, man. He always got something going on, man.
I was a freshman or a sophomore. He wore them. He showed up conveniently late during the first quarter and walked courtside, and the whole gym stopped because the Hyperflight was like the first all patent leather shoe. Yeah. Nowadays it wouldn't stand out, just an all royal blue shoe, but back then it was crazy.
Yeah.
What's your favorite sneaker that's out right now? Do you have one?
Oh man, that's a good question. Damn, that's tough. The LeBron 20, I got to say, was a good bounce back for him.
Yeah, that's true.
That was a good shoe for him.
His line's been all over the place.
Yeah, you know, it was tough because we're such purists. We're thinking back to like I got a pair of Space Jams right next to me and some Space Jam memorabilia, and I was like so excited for seeing what he was going to wear in Space Jam, and then it was the LeBron 19s, like the orange pair. Like it didn't really live up to, you know, I'm not saying the movie didn't live up to the first one, but the shoes probably didn't either, you know. Yeah. So to have him kind of bounce back on the 20 was cool. And then I think you know, it's gonna be interesting to see because you got a new sort of frontier with Ja and some of these new guys coming up, Book of course too. So there's sort of a changing of the guard. To me, LaMelo stuff has been pretty exciting. If you go into an 8th grade gym, it's like 7 or 8 kids out. You know, they got one kid got a red shoe, one kid got a neon shoe, and you know it's fun because like when we were coming up, Penny was our guy in that sense, probably, you know. So it's cool that kids now can look at LaMelo as that sort of next generation. So to me, it's a good change in the guard. Like we had our run with LeBron and KD and sort of Kyrie and that whole run, and I think there's a new crop coming up that's got some new stuff coming.
Man, nigga, got a 10-year-old, and he go crazy for the LaMelos. Like, and all his little teammates, he got the fire and ice LaMelos. Oh my gosh. Like they go crazy over the LaMelos. It's great. And I see a lot of, and I know people got a lot of jokes for it, but I see a lot of Jaws too. Like Jaws, he's selling, they doing a good job.
Yeah, that shoe had no trouble selling in the middle of controversy. Absolutely none whatsoever.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing too, right? So like that shoe is 110, LaMelo was 120. You know, so it's like when you got that price point, I think that was the unfortunate part of all the Jaw situation. It's like, man, that shoe is really for younger kids and for families, and you know, all that stuff was tough on moms probably, but hopefully he could turn it around here and, you know, and get things back on track for this next season. So we'll see.
Well, hopefully people take note of that and maybe put their shoes down to a more affordable price.
Yeah, man.
Instead of relying on people like me and Kenny to go buy them on this damn
I will say this. The only one that still keeps him high is LeBron. I think everybody else is pretty affordable.
LeBron still in the twos?
Yeah.
He's still in the 200 range. Most everybody else is in that 140, 160. I think the thing that's going to be tough on LeBron retro, because even though it's a heavy shoe, I love the LeBron 4.
Oh,
LeBron 4 is going to retail at like $300.
Come on.
Oh,
you know, so some of these.
wow.
Somebody send me one of them sites.
What?
Send me one of them sites.
Who got them UAs? Because
Who got the UA? Send me one of them sites.
So I think, you know, some of those LeBrons early on had so much technology and were actually a lot of shoe for the price. When they're remaking them now, it's going to be like $250 and up for retail. So I think that's going to be tough when you look down the road at his retro potential, because a lot of the Jordan stuff is in that 200 and range, which is still a lot, but you're talking about classics. You're talking about classics at that point, so it's tough.
They didn't move the ones up to like 180.
Yeah,
they
used to.
I'm trying to
that was aggressive. That was aggressive.
I'm like 180 what?
That was aggressive. It's definitely still the same shoe. So,
man, Nick, it's always fun, man, when we get to talk. We really appreciate you.
CKM legend, man. Top 3 ever from CKM, man. I think he's ahead of me, man.
Not for basketball reasons, but yeah. Well,
with that setup he's got behind him, he's definitely ahead of you. That is
man, I can't compete.
That's a top 5 setup I think we've ever seen, man.
A lot of basketball game watching from right here. And then we should do this again in probably like, second, third week of September, maybe. We might might have some De'Aaron news for you.
Oh, well, okay.
Look,
hey, I'm emailing. I'm like,
it.
hey, Nick, come on, let's talk about this.
Yeah, let's book it. All right, done deal. The next scheduled appearance, when Nick DePaula breaks the news about De'Aaron Fox's shoe deal. Nick, we appreciate you, man. Thank you as always.
All right, thanks, fellas. Appreciate it.
That's our man, Nick DePaula. Man, those conversations with him are fun.
Oh man, I talk shoes all day with that dude, man. He didn't seen it all, done it all.
Nick, you ever get any UAs? You ever? Yeah.
Hey, Nick knew exactly what I was talking about when I said, hey, give me one of these sites.
Nick, you ever say enough is enough?
Hit me with one of them sites, man.
I'm gonna be honest. Our man Rob Stark sent some pictures yesterday to the D'Lo and Casey. I was like, I'm gonna need to see these right next to each other, because we out here. Boy, just look up what that stuff is. Man, they getting over on us.
Come on, man. It's a racket. It's all a racket.
We're going to find out, and I don't, UAuniverse.com is owned by Nike.
Facts. But look, wife, you don't even know. I'm going to be in the virtual line tomorrow morning. It's my birthday.
It is your birthday tomorrow. Is it the blue?
The UNC, the UNC toe joint. I'm gonna be in line.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Yo, I keep seeing these 2s pop up.
No, I seen the 2s, the lows, but those is fire.
I need those.
Carmelo got a Stay Mellow pack that's coming out too for the 2s. I like the 2s.
Is that the Nuggets Knicks pack that they gave him?
Yeah, 2 different colors.
That ain't for me, but I get people who would love it. That's pretty dope with the gold accents, and that's the one that's dropping this Christmas for Jordan, right? The gold accent one, the Jordan 11.
Yeah,
I think I can't remember. It's called
the Conquer with
it's called Collectible. I can't remember. I can't remember what it's called, but it's got the gold accent to it.
Yeah,
it's clean.
They keep on trying to make sure I get kicked out of my house.
Well, it's your birthday. You can't get kicked out of your house. But if you do, you can head over to Sky River Casino because Sky River Casino is the place to play with over 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. They got a new member offer. You can sign up right now for Sky River Rewards. Get $20 free slot play. Use your card while you play and dine, maybe at 32 Brew Street, to receive special offers like free playing, dining credits, gifts, drawings, much more. Sky River Casino, where rewards add up and up. Don't forget that Humidor Lounge coming very, very soon to Sky River Casino. We'll come back. Shout out to Nick DePaula for getting this show on track. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. That was a win right there.
Yeah, that was dope.
Nick DePaula
That was dope.
A win right there.
Hey, Messi's playing tonight.
He's going to come off the bench today, supposed to.
Yeah, we got a problem.
Lord have mercy.
We got a problem here? Got a problem here?
Oh man, yeah. Apple TV. I think I got rid of my Apple TV. Look, I ain't gonna lie. I might get it back to see what's going on with this messy situation.
You have a Samsung?
No.
You have a smart TV.
Yes.
You might not need the Apple TV box because you could probably get through the Apple TV app.
Yeah,
I don't know if you need the
can.
box.
And now I did. I've always been doing that.
Okay.
But I think I found out when I had to
I think that's where the
consolidate some stuff because at this car I was getting.
Well,
I was like, damn, $5 a month for Apple TV. I don't know. Watch this. I think I got rid of it.
That's where you drew the line, huh? You still subscribe to All Black Everything or whatever that channel's called?
I don't think so. I think I
Okay.
got rid of that. Although I want to get BT Plus. They got some shows on there I want to watch on BT Plus. AJD, you already know what it is, man. R.I.P. Donald Willis, man. Man, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's been like 15, 16 years, man. That's crazy to even think of, man. D. Willis, man. Man. Sure, for sure.
Very good. Let's go.
Hey, I need to
Let's
get the
go.
picks.
Let's go.
I need to
Let's
get the
go.
picks.
Yeah, I took one of you and then I zoomed in. I was like, Yeah, Miss P, right? Apple TV got some really good series. They got some really good series. I like Morning Show. That's fire. Swagger's on there, right? That's Apple TV. And then the Steph Doc. The Steph Doc actually popped up last night. I just didn't get to it. Larry June tonight.
Mm-hmm.
No announcement today, Katrina. We're getting closer, but no announcement today. Oh, Hijack is where it's at. It's frustrating as hell that they drop that show week to week, but that is where it's at.
What's that one about?
It's Idris Elba, and it's a plane that gets hijacked, and Idris is basically trying to help them because he's just like, let's just do what you got to do and like land this plane. I want to get home. It's really, really good. But it's week to week. I think the 6th episode just dropped on Wednesday. Yeah, Idris don't miss. Idris do not miss. Oh, Katrina. All thirsty. Idris, I'm in. Nah, Duke can go. Hey, I think it's Leezy's birthday.
What?
I think it's Leezy's birthday today.
Air horns from my man.
Well, he's on the line, so we'll wait.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. Take a bow. Take a bow.
Mario, I think I agree.
the hell is that?
Oh, no.
Video doorbells, they're low key frustrating. I just got an alert. There's Amazon drivers like wheeling something up to my house in a gigantic box. Like, yo, what the hell is that?
We all don't have that type of experience.
I can assure you, whatever that is, I ain't order it.
We can't relate.
Okay, dude.
We can't relate, man. You know what I'm saying? It's just next. I get a little just a little box that comes there.
Bro,
big.
I didn't, whatever that is, I ain't order it.
I can't wait till I get to that point in life where I just order stuff and forget about it the next day.
You guys are jackasses, dude. I swear to God, I can't stand either one of you. 916-909.
Did you listen to the new Nas?
I did.
I
Twice. I listened to it twice.
I mean,
I listened to.
I already know it's gonna be fire.
It's heat. Yeah, it's really, really good. The one with 21 Savage is fire. I listened to Ice Spice. She got there's some tracks on there.
I like Ice Spice more than other people realize. Like, I don't know if I like a whole Ice Spice album, but
see, that's
like
that's kind of
the
tricky part. Like record after record after record after record. I don't know, but there's a couple of tracks in there. It's like, oh, this is hot. Yeah, this is hot.
Like,
but it's a 2023. It's 8 minutes long.
Well,
I listened to Nas, Ice Spice, and then Nas again while I was working out. Yeah, the new Nas joint is fire though. 916-909-1320. I think.
Oh yeah.
I think we're letting some air horns fly for our brother Leezy.
Yes, sir. D-Lo and KC, what's popping, guys?
HAL, happy birthday, big dog. Cancer season. You know what it is, baby. Let's go.
Hey, KC, we out here, man. Happy birthday to you, brother. Tomorrow's your day. Today's mine. Brother, you the main event. We like Brock Lesnar and Seth Rollins, but we out here holding it down, man.
Which one's Seth Rollins?
Oh, well, you know I'm Roman Reigns, so I'm sorry. KC.
Wait, you ain't even the main event. What you talking about? You ain't even the main event.
Acknowledge me. Hey, guys,
Seth Rollins.
I'm loving the show today, and I just wanted to say,
Really? Why?
Yeah, it's been a great show. Hey,
Is it?
Hey, D-Lo.
Yep.
By the way, we just talking about shoes. Did you order a lot of shoes? That's what they willing up to your house, brother. Them Kyrie.
No.
Could have
Whatever they're delivering to
shoes.
the house, they're delivering by mistake. That is not mine.
Yes, sir. But hey, I just want to say, Kyrie definitely had the best shoes. Those were heat for a long time. LaMelo, he's at the top right now. His shoes are clean. And KC, okay, Lake Show. I got
don't say that.
One of the best franchises. So that's all, brothers. I just want to check in with y'all.
I think they are the greatest franchise.
Leezy was on one today.
He was.
My goodness,
he was
Leezy
everywhere.
was on
We
one
ain't never
today.
there. It's his birthday.
That man called you Seth Rollins.
Yeah, man. Come on, man.
He said, "I'm Roman Reigns. You're Seth Rollins." He said something about Brock Lesnar too. I don't know who Brock Lesnar is.
I don't know who Brock is, man. But look, there's no controversy. There's no question who the Roman Reigns of Cancer season is, who the main eventer is, who the showstopper is. It's your boy KC.
No doubt.
It's just what it is. I mean, God put it there. God did.
Well,
He put it there.
oh man, that's tremendous. Yes, he did. Very good. Shout out Leezy, man. Happy birthday,
Big ups,
Leezy.
man.
Appreciate all you
Leezy.
do.
Yes, indeed.
Appreciate all you do indeed.
Yeah, man.
Kyle Matson's gonna join us coming up at about 2:20 or so, which means coming up in about 10 minutes, we'll have game 21 in the top 25 games of the Sacramento Kings season. You mentioned you wanted to talk some 49ers with Kyle Madson. We'll definitely do that. Did you get a chance to read Bill Barnwell's article?
I did check that out.
I
play with my emotions.
I thought it was really interesting. We'll get to it.
That was really cool.
Our brother TC is here. Let's grab him real quick. 916-909-1320. TC, what's going on?
What's up with my two brothers?
TC, what up, my guy?
Yes, sir, man. You know, happy early birthday, Kenny. I want to tap in and tell my boy happy birthday, man.
Man, I appreciate you,
Hey,
bro.
Kenny. Hey, D-Lo, man, you a big dog, man, with the packages.
Come on, man.
Oh, pause. Sir. Okay.
He everywhere. We ain't never
I ain't
there.
telling y'all nothing. I was expressing my. Okay, I ain't telling y'all nothing no more.
All right, I'm gonna leave it alone. But look, hey, on another note, hey, look, Kenny, look, hey, in Birdman's voice for Trey Lance, Put some respect on his name, man.
But that's what I've been doing here at ESPN 1320. I don't know what you're talking about because I've been saying everybody's saying Trey looking crazy right now and crazy in a good way. I will say this though, if you have to ask me today, number one QB on the depth chart is Brock Purdy. It is. I may see something in training camp. I may see something in the preseason. I'll be like, I think I'm willing to try Trey, man. But right now, you asked me today, I haven't seen anything. Brock Purdy.
If he's healthy week 1, is this really like still a question? That dude tore it up
It's not.
Yeah, like Brock. If he's healthy, Brock Purdy should be the
Trey
starter.
would have to go crazy. Like he'd have to go crazy, I think, to beat him.
Yeah,
if he's healthy.
I don't understand the competition between Niner fans and stuff here.
Here's the real question: is Trey getting traded?
No, I wouldn't trade him.
Okay. You know, this is weird, right? Like you gave up a lot of draft capital to go draft him.
Mm-hmm.
And you're just like, all right, didn't work. Let's go with this kid we drafted and pay $67 to.
Brock Purdy being good kind of saved that, I guess.
Yeah, and that's very true.
Yeah, I mean,
that's very, very true.
Well, the crazy thing about it was Jimmy Garoppolo was playing well. Like it got saved because of that as well. Because when we played, was that week 10 when Jimmy got hurt?
I think it's like between week 11 and 14. 12, I think. It might have been 12.
They were, I don't know, 7-3 or something like that at that point. So that was the narrative at that point. The talking point was, man, thank God you didn't release Jimmy because Trey got hurt. Jimmy's playing well. You can win a Super Bowl right now. And then Jimmy goes down, and it was like, oh no.
Mm-hmm.
And then Brock Purdy came in. I remember somebody in the preseason. I was laughing at people. I was like, y'all sound stupid. Like, stop saying this crazy stuff. They were like, yeah, I'm anxious to see Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy looked kind of good against Minnesota, where they didn't even score an offensive touchdown. Like, what are you guys talking about? No, he just looked like a regular guy. Well, he's more than a regular guy. He can play.
Did you see Tim Kawakami's remark? I was going to bring this up with Kyle. I thought it was. I actually think it's kind of accurate. Tim Kawakami said Kyle Shanahan has the most job security of any coach without a Lombardi trophy.
Yeah, I would agree.
I can't poke holes in that at all. Like I don't see a scenario where Kyle Shanahan is in San Francisco, much to the chagrin, of course, of our brother TC.
Regardless of what TC thinks, that's why. Remember last year, people were, when Trey got hurt, they were talking about fireable offense and all this other stuff. Like
that was wild. That was wild.
The Niners would be they'd be crazy to even put Kyle Shanahan in any kind of hot seat. Like they'd be crazy. Like this guy, he is completely taking this expansion franchise basically that he had when he took over. Chip Kelly goes 2-14. He took over that team.
New NFL.
And him and John Lynch have made this a perennial Super Bowl contender. And to be honest with you, that's all you can really ask for. When you talk about a one-game scenario in the playoffs and all this other stuff, you can't say, well, if they're not the favorites to win the Super Bowl every year, then they're not. Come on, man. You can't say that. All you can ask for is a team that is a contender every single year. And that's what the 49ers have been for the last 4 years. And ain't nothing changing right now. They're a top 5 team in the game right now.
We'll talk more 49ers football when Kyle Shanahan's going to join us. That's right. Also known as Kyle Madson. He's going to join us coming up in about 30 minutes. But first, game number 21.
Ooh, yeah.
In the top 25 games of the Kings season.
This is Blue Chipper right here.
We'll have that reveal.
That's Blue Chipper right there.
When D'Lo and KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Just be real with yourself, KC.
I think as soon as they're 100% on Purdy being the guy, I think that's when you trade Trey Lance.
I wouldn't trade Trey Lance because he don't make nothing right now.
Yeah, but
He's backup.
I feel like you got to get something back for him though. Like you paid a lot for a backup quarterback, I guess. Like assets wise and all that.
I understand, but that's all about to be done.
And don't you feel like you need to do right by Trey? Kind of. Like we got our guy here. Go see if you can play somewhere else now.
Me personally, I'd always want to have that second QB available. And I don't want to hear people talking about Sam Darnold. I don't know.
I can't believe people just still try to make him seem like he's decent.
I heard that as recently as this morning.
Best thrower since Montana, right?
Ravens got Melvin Gordon. I didn't know that.
You see
Ravens might go this year.
You see the Giants picked up a running back? They picked up James Robinson.
Oh, yeah, I did see that.
And he's pretty good too. He could play this season if someone sits out.
Well, get your body right, Saquon, and leave him next year. And come to the Niners. Somebody should sponsor this, right, Casey? Stephen Brown. Somebody should. Bennett's would have been perfect.
Bennett's been incredible.
TC, why are you going to try to see what he has when you already know what Brock has?
That's a good point. I understand what TC's saying, though. Remember I was saying, if I before I completely was like, yo, he's number one quarterback. I was like, you can see what Trey has. You know what Brock is. So if it's not good, you can bring Brock in. You know what he is. But what if Trey is above that? We don't know. I don't know. I'm torn on that one. I'm gonna go with what I saw at the end of the season. I saw the guy played like he played like a top 10 quarterback.
I think he's really good. He can be really good.
I think he is too. I think he just understands Kyle's offense in that quarterback position on a high level. He's got a feel for it that I don't know if Trey has.
I always think back to that 3rd and 12 play against Miami where he George Kittle and Jalen Phillips was right in his face.
Tougher than a $2 steak too.
Do you think Purdy was good at the end of the season because he had McCaffrey? Didn't hurt, Mr. Rancho. Definitely didn't hurt.
No, it's not a bad thing. Surround him with good players.
Jalen Hurts, top 5 quarterback. Probably not. Patrick, Lamar. I mean,
I take Josh Allen
dude
over him
with the
still, I
Jets.
think.
You take
Josh
I'm
Allen, Joe
starting to
Burrow.
fall back on Josh.
Josh Allen needs to do something this year, though.
Yeah, I'm starting to fall back a little bit on Josh Allen. Joe Burrow, that's a good one.
Hurts is borderline, though.
He is.
Yeah, he definitely is. He definitely is.
I like Josh Allen. I think he's a good quarterback, but he looks funny in the light sometimes.
I think we missing anyone. I don't think so. Yeah, he's right. He's right there. Yeah, it said Burrow. Yeah, football's coming back, man. It's fun to have these conversations.
Remember when you guys will know for sure. What was my man's name who would call every week about Mac Jones?
Joe.
Joe.
What, right? Mac Jones Joe? Yeah. Yeah. That's a tough life right now.
Funny part was like he was a 49ers fan calling to defend Mac Jones every week.
That's a tough life. I don't feel like did we hear from him in the Brock Purdy era?
I don't think so. He had some things going on. I remember when after Mac got destroyed in the playoffs, like I knew he would. I was waiting for him to call. He didn't call. He called like 2 weeks later, like, yeah, some things was going on. And, but I'm here to check in. And I don't know if we really heard from him since then.
It's a good call. Aldrin J asked if, I think it was Aldrin J who asked if Jalen Hurts was a top 5 quarterback. I forgot Justin Herbert. We didn't mention him. He's probably in that conversation.
Justin Herbert.
Not my particular favorite, but he's in the conversation.
He's in the conversation. He's a good quarterback. He, like Jesse said about Josh Allen, Herbert got to do a little something. Herbert got to do a little something. Last year, he got a lot of praise the year before for not making the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And last year he made it.
Yep.
And
he did.
Since they want to do these things with quarterbacks and offensive coordinators, he blew a 30-point lead in the playoffs.
No. Happens. It happens. We are counting down the top 25 games of the Sacramento Kings season. We on game number 21.
Yeah.
Game number 21 in the top 25 games of the Kings season. KC, what do we got?
Game number 21. We stay in the month of November.
Oh, my.
And this is one of those games, to be honest with you, that feels like it changed everything, or this is when things were changing. On a Sunday evening in Sacramento, California, with Warren G in attendance.
Oh, boy.
With the Yin Yang Twins in attendance.
Knee brace and all. This is true stories. He had a knee brace. He was wearing a knee brace.
The Sacramento Kings, after losing, feels like twice in the previous 5 days, they played all those games against the Warriors. Golden State came into Sacramento thinking they'd do the same thing. Not this time. The Sacramento Kings win 122-115 over the Golden State Warriors, highlighted by a monster game from Domantas Sabonis. 26 points, 22 rebounds, 8 assists.
Crazy.
From Domantas Sabonis. What a game. And we didn't talk about this yesterday in the game because it was like a team effort. You know who showed up again in yesterday's game? Or in today's game?
TD. Who?
Fourth quarter Fox.
Oh, yeah, fourth quarter Fox.
This is turning into a thing.
5 of 6 from the field in the fourth quarter. 11 fourth quarter points from De'Aaron Fox.
Little did we know.
Mm-hmm.
Little did we know, man. Yeah, it's you talked about it yesterday, going back and watching these games and seeing it. It's like, oh yeah, Fox was killing. Like he was killing in the fourth. Like aside from the what was the game yesterday? The Cavs game. Aside from that game, every other game we've done, fourth quarter has been Fox's time.
Yeah.
And he's taken over every single time.
We ain't even gotten to the game winners yet.
Right. This game was no different, man. Big game from De'Aaron Fox. Kings beat the Warriors 122-115. Maybach O was in the building. Remember, we were both in the building. And one of the things that I noticed or recalled was the Warriors got up 15, I think, in the first quarter. And they subbed Curry out. And I nudged you. I said, hey, they got to get to like 5 here while Curry's out. And they did. They got to like 6 or 5. And that was the key. We even saw that in the playoffs. The non-Curry minutes were always a big thing with this Warriors team. And that's when they had Jordan Poole, who was actually still playing well.
I'm glad you mentioned that because we don't need to have an in-depth discussion about this. I just found it very funny. I saw some power rankings come out on a particular website. And I think the Kings were 8, maybe.
In the whole league?
In the whole league.
That's not bad.
No, not at all. Until you recognize they're behind Denver at number 1. The Lakers, I believe, were the 3rd team in the Western Conference.
Austin Rivers really liked their offseason.
The 2nd team in the Western Conference and the 3rd overall in the entire league was the Golden State Warriors. And I thought, okay, let's see what the rationale is. The rationale, and I'm dumbing this down a little bit, but this is what it said. The rationale was it was Jordan Poole's fault.
Come on, man.
I'm dead serious.
Oh, my gosh.
This is a writer we don't really feel. Y'all can figure out who it is. You can go to the Athletic and see it. That man said, I'm of the belief the Warriors were bad last year because Jordan Poole. It was his fault. And now that they got him out of the locker room, the vibes will be better.
Or
they got Jordan Poole out of the locker room, so the vibes will be better.
I'm not even going to lie to you. Some of these media members afraid of Draymond.
You know who wrote this, right?
I
said
idea.
The Athletic. I said Power Rankings. Yeah. That's who wrote it.
Whatever, man. That's how he feel. That's how he feel. All right.
Not Chris Paul, not a healthy Steph Curry, not
all right, man.
Not hey, Clay had a hell of a year. Like, just none of that. They're gonna be number 3 because they got rid of Jordan Poole.
Like, this dude is like, he was the problem. Like, he was the problem.
That's
not a scenario that he was in that he didn't even create.
Nope.
He was the problem.
He was the problem. He was the reason that the vibes were bad. He was the reason that the chemistry was off.
Well, I tell you, man, I ain't saying like you got to be disrespectful or you got to say anything crazy, man, but some of these people be scared of some of these dudes.
And what was the story? I didn't follow up on this. What's the Kuminga Draymond story that's out there right now? Was that Monty Poole?
Monty Poole was on 95.7 yesterday and said they don't have a relationship. And like, he didn't get into, he went like, they're not cool. He's like, they don't have no relationship. And he believes the Warriors re-signed Draymond with the belief that he could fix that.
All right. Okay.
Somebody hit us up, man. It was like, can you imagine Danny Ainge in the height of the Boston Celtics out here on the podcast talking like he the Don Dada? Can you imagine Cornbread Maxwell out here talking like, yo, we here because of me?
Glorified role players is how the podcast between Pat Bev and Draymond Green was
Kurt
described.
Rambis out here. We here because of me.
Good luck keeping me off all 75.
But he was involved in this game. And he didn't do anything to stop Domantas Sabonis. 26 and 22. This feels like this isn't the case, but it feels like one of the big coming out party games for Domas. Because remember, he struggled is a strong word, but he was in foul trouble a lot. Now, I remember specifically I was taking calls about, oh, he keeps missing these bunnies around the rim and all this other stuff. And in that game, there were no missed bunnies. Like, he showed up. He was even 2 for 2 from beyond the arc in this game. So confident. He was in his head in the playoffs.
Yeah.
He was definitely in his head.
A couple of other things that stood out about this game against the Golden State Warriors on November 13th. 2, and they involve our guy. This was Band-Aid Monk era.
This was the Band-Aid game. I remember I was wearing a Band-Aid there.
This was the Band-Aid Monk era. And this is also the game with the bizarre Malik crowd flop. Remember when he goes falling into the stands and then takes this weird bump when he gets out of the stands? That happened in this game. We analyzed that video probably for 20 minutes the next day.
That's right.
But Malik goes like tumbling into the stands, on the baseline, gets up, and then takes this big dramatic bump back onto the court.
I wish I could find that video.
Oh,
that
I
is
bet
a
I
classic.
could. I bet I could. It's gonna take
it's
me a
like,
minute,
yo,
but I'll
bro.
get it. I'm still a bit unclear as to what happened, but it's pretty amazing. I remember thinking, time like take a mental note of what time this happened in the video you're watching, and see if you could find it during the show. And I believe I've done that. Give me a second. I got you.
Because that was an all-timer.
Oh, it's incredible because it's just super bizarre.
Avoid Malik, man. Hey, Malik, that's another guy that as you go back through these games and you see there, it's amazing that Malik averaged, what do you average? Like 11 points?
Yeah, 11 to 12.
Feels like for all these wins that we see, feels like he should have averaged like 18 a night. Because every win, he's coming in, getting buckets, being a game changer, changing the energy. This game was no different. He had some big time buckets in this game as well. What did he finish with exactly? He finished with 12. He actually didn't shoot the ball that well.
Well, I was going to say, so it feels like a lot of those were at the rim.
Yeah. But man, his energy is something that this team really seemed from the start to catapult their games off of. An emotional leader.
Yeah, this is taking a little bit longer than I anticipated, but I know I'm in the general vicinity of this. I know it was the second half. Man, this game was all. I think the Kings were down by 15.
They were
in the first quarter in this one, but
they came marching back in this game. Clay hit a 3-pointer with 5 minutes left to put the Warriors up 111-109. The Warriors never led again. The Kings brought it home. Right
so
there.
I still haven't found the play. I obviously did a terrible job of mentally time stamping this. There's a lineup right now on the floor in the third quarter. It's Davion, Malik, Chemezi, De'Aaron, and that looks like Keegan over there in the corner.
Keegan, what a big game. Keegan had 21 points in this game, 5 threes.
De'Aaron just roughing up Jordan Poole. Goodness gracious.
De'Aaron was giving Clay that work in the fourth quarter.
Keegan for 3. I got to find this. I apologize. I'm a bet. Today's just not a good day for you, boy.
But this was the funny thing about this game is, and this is why Sacramento is one of the best fan bases in all of sports, is this game right here. The Kings got to 6-6 with this win, and it was euphoria in the building.
Oh my gosh!
They're like, we're good. No, we're good. I told you. We got to 6-6. We got into 6-6, and everybody's like, I knew it. We're good. This year's different. Let's go. Yeah, I was right there with everybody.
So let's watch this video. We'll describe it for those that are watching. Malik to the basket. He goes into the crowd, and this is where it gets weird. I don't know if he trips. I don't know what happens on this play. Maybe he just trips coming back onto the court, but he's driving.
He jumped.
Maybe he's trying to get a foul called on sign lady. I don't know. Here he comes. Man, and he looks at the official because he wants a call. Here he comes. Look, right to the official. Come on, man.
Come on, bro. You're out of play.
Look at Domas for 3. This might be my favorite play of the season. That might be my favorite play of the season.
I love the NBA, man. I love the NBA, and I love Malik Monk. Man.
I love Malik. That's amazing. Somebody got him.
Stuff. Man, what a game. This was a really fun game, though. This was a really fun game. And like to your point, you mentioned it yesterday. This was 2 games after the Cleveland game, and you were like, really with the Cleveland game, nothing was the same around here after that.
Especially, home games, like everything was 17,000 the rest of the season. You're listening to D-Lo and KC, KIFM, West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX, QHD2, Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. I chuckled because David J said, can you call a tech on a spectator? Actually, I think that you can. I think that you can call it technical, but that would actually be against the Kings.
Yeah.
If you call the technical,
you call or they just throw them out?
I think if you call the technical on the crowd, it would be like the Warriors would be shooting free throws.
Yeah.
But I think you can. I don't. But it has to be something like throwing garbage. It has to be like an NBA violation.
Yeah, and that's where the Warriors fan would sabotage the situation and do something like trip Malik up.
Yep.
and then the tech would go on the Kings home crowd when it was really a Warriors fan who did it.
Punk ass Warriors fan. Another you talk about, through the process of going through these games in different parts of the season, and we've been early in the season a lot in these games so far. Obviously, they get more meaningful as the season goes along. They're going to be ranked a lot higher. I don't think we've seen the last of the Golden State Warriors either. But we talk about fourth quarter Fox and looking at these games, and you start to see the emergence of fourth quarter Fox. What was the story for the Warriors coming out of this game? They're 0-7 on the road.
Oh, the road. Yeah,
they were 0-7 on the road and just flabbergasted by it. But 0-7 on the road.
That was Jordan Poole's fault.
Jordan Poole's fault, according to some
people.
Yeah, people.
I forgot they were winless on the road at that time.
Yep.
Wow. Well, some things didn't change.
Well, they eventually won games. Can we watch this bump again? There's Malik, and there we go.
I believe just flying across.
Was Monty sitting right there?
No, I think Monty usually sits on the King side. I mean, I let me take a look.
ESPN producer suggests that Monty McNair trips up Malik Monk. Oh, I get it. Like you're looking right there.
I don't ball guy.
Extended hand.
I don't think that's that's
him.
Monty.
But run it back a little bit. There's an extended hand there. Malik might have really got pushed. Oh no, he's just holding him up.
It does kind of look like a lady kicks him. Watch, foot up. Oh yeah. It does look like that person shoves Malik Monk down. Watch the hand over here. Oh, this is great.
Why you go flying like that?
If we ever get Malik on this show, we're going to play this video and ask him what happened.
That's hilarious.
If this was a top 25 videos of the Kings season, that'd be top 5.
For sure.
That'd be top 5 right there.
That's an all-timer. I'm trying to look real quick before we leave this game.
Can we just mention Domas's stat line one more time?
Come on, that's why 26 points.
Yep.
22 rebounds. 8 assists for Domas Sabonis. And what I'm looking for is I'm trying to see.
Okay.
Yeah, this is by far the best game he played all year.
Kevon Looney played 30 minutes in that game. I'm just pointing this out because rebounding became a story in April. He played 30 minutes in that game, 10 rebounds. He was the only Golden State Warrior with double-digit rebounds in that game. Just pointing it out.
Domas was starting to turn up in November. October, it was a slow start. No games over 20 points. They had a 19 and an 18, but that was about it. And then that game, I don't know, he had a 19 right here, but he goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5 of 6 games over 20. All of those games, 5 of 6 games over 10 rebounds. This one, 22 rebounds. Like, this is when he had started to warm up. He had started to get his feet under him.
Well, it probably coincides with the time he started to stay in games. Or that fouling pandemic he had through the first 2 weeks of the season finally went away.
In October, he fouled out in 3 of the first 6 games.
Man. And then next, not on our list, but on the calendar, is Brooklyn.
Yeah, man.
I don't think we're talking about that game for a while.
It's going to be a minute.
I don't think we talk about that Brooklyn game for a while. The Terrence Davis game.
Keegan Murray would mention it before, 21 in this game. Was this? No, because I think he played well against Cleveland in one of our other games, but was this his first 20-point game of the season? No, the Miami game was his first 21. This was his second 20-point game of the season.
Yeah, he did play well against Cleveland, but not great.
Like yeah, 22 against Miami, which was game number 25. And then he had that slump because he was on the road. He was going through some stuff. And 21 points against the Warriors was one of his better games early in the season.
I remember the one thing that stood out about this game, and I think it always stands out. We talked about this when it finally happened. Keegan Murray breaking that rookie 3-point record was really quiet because in this particular game against the Warriors on November 13th, he was 5 of 9. The 5 is like, oh, okay. It's the 9 that was like, man, he took 9 threes.
Yeah, right.
And every once in a while he would do that. And obviously he was, I mean, I don't know when that rookie record got on our radar, but it was like, man, this dude's hitting threes at a really high clip.
Yeah.
He's just not doing it in like this uber flashy way where he's scoring. You know, we had that Cavs game yesterday where would Donovan have like 38 in that game? He's not doing it like that.
Right.
He's scoring 21 and hitting 5 threes. What a season for Keegan. That's why no wonder fans in the front office is so incredibly high on what his second year could look like.
All right. He had some inconsistencies in this season as well. Like if you go through the game logs, then I think that won't be the same thing next year. I think he's gonna be more consistent. If he's averaging 15 points a game, he's gonna have 15 or more on most nights. Like I see that he's not gonna have 30 and then 5. Like I don't think that's gonna be. He did that, not 30, but he did that quite a bit this past year, early in the season, where he'd have a good game and followed up with 4 points or something like that. I think he's going to be double figures most of the season.
And I know you alluded to this. What a job by Band-Aid Monk in this one. 2 of 8 from the field, but got to, and I think both of the shots that he made, or he made 1 3. The other one was at the rim. I think it was like an alley-oop. Got to the foul line. 7 for 7 from the foul line. Wound up finishing that game with 12.
You know, the narrative most of the season was things are going to be different in the playoffs and all this other stuff. Do you think we've seen? Well, the other one was honorable mention. We've seen a couple of Warriors games with the Kings in the regular season. Do you think those games were any different than the postseason games? I don't think so.
Well,
I think they were played about the same.
From a spectator standpoint, no. But I always said, like, I'll change my tone if the players say something. And De'Aaron was like, yeah, it's different.
Right.
Like it's physical. Right. Like you get away with a lot. Now, how that influenced actual gameplay, like I don't know. I'm not astute enough for that. But the games in terms of the back and forth, they all looked similar. I don't know how many I don't know that there was a bad Kings Warriors game this year. I know there was one that was a blowout where the Kings made a run late, and really early in the season.
They played the useless game like 2 games.
And then that one, that's right.
But
which I have zero recollection.
They all come with the same theme pretty much, in my opinion, after watching a bunch of them. If Steph was able to go crazy, he would lead them to victory. If he couldn't, the Warriors couldn't beat the Kings.
Well, it's a good call on your part. November 13th, you had 26 from Wiggins, 17 from Clay, 27 from Steph. And then you got, from the problem child, Jordan Poole gave you 18.
The problem child.
But you didn't get anything anywhere else. Draymond had 11 assists, but, only 6 points. Kevon Looney, 8 points. The bench, without Jordan Poole, combined for 13 points. It was really, Steph, because you had good nights. The point I was trying to make poorly was that you had good nights from Andrew Wiggins, a decent night from Clay, but Steph didn't give you 38. And that was the story in the playoffs. That was the story in the playoffs.
Simple as that.
Steph's one-legged 3-point attempt to win game 1. Steph had some outings against the Kings for sure. Going to need that to chill. We'll come back. We'll talk to Kyle Madson. We'll talk some football with Kyle Madson when D'Lo and KC return. Plus, we got James Ham coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'm gonna learn to speak one day.
No 13th round.
Kicking it with
today.
KC.
Not even kicking it with KC. We had our shoe talk today. Next week, a big week for a 13th round. Ask me anything about boxing. Maybe we'll cut that up. Absolutely. You know that. Come on now. It was Kings Warriors, November 13th. Kings win 122-115. Mario, hey, bro. I'd always say this, but I am going to hit you in the DM, see if we can link up. Maybe Sunday. Whatever. We'll go through it in text. But what am I rocking today? Here's some of my favorites, man. One of my all-time favorites, man. I love those shatter backboards. I actually got those. Like, I got those on the app, and it wasn't even like, I feel like it wasn't even like get up at 6:55 and do all that. Like, it was like, I don't know, maybe, maybe 7. I don't even know. It wasn't even one of those type of releases, but I got them. And these are some of my favorite shoes. John Paul, because unfortunately, the leader of the heavyweight division right now is this erratic, lying. I'm gonna leave it right there, but an erratic liar like Tyson Fury. That's why. And he's always doing some funny stuff. So they had a window when the heavyweight division could have been really big, but he just kind of messing around with it. Like, you could have had Joshua, Wilder, Usyk, Andy Ruiz, Tyson Fury all fighting each other for belts. But after Tyson beat Deontay, he don't want to fight nobody. He want to mess around, do stupid stuff. And it's really messing up the whole game. But another reason for that, I believe here in America, because I know it's big elsewhere, is the American heavyweight. They only got one in Deontay. Big Baby, we'll see what happens with him, but a lot of those guys are overseas. So I think that hurts a little bit as well. I just named a few, but the other issue with that as well is, unfortunately, because y'all always talk about I'm a hater. I ain't no hater. I'll just tell you how I feel, the way I see it. And this is another situation. I don't think any of those guys can beat Tyson Fury. That's the thing. Deontay Wilder is the closest one. He was this close. But Tyson Fury just got up from the right hand. But other than that, I don't think Usyk can beat him. I don't think Joshua can beat him. They can't beat him.
Hey, just answer on the air. Are you happy?
Yeah, why?
I was
I don't know why. What's
with
going
the
on?
paper that came in earlier. We didn't talk about that.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Okay, all right.
I never get too high or too low, bro.
No kidding. Goodness gracious. This dude don't sell nothing. Like, Jesse sells absolutely nothing.
So yeah, why?
Jesse's had like one meeting with our bosses and our boss, right? He comes out of the meeting and just stone faced, doesn't say anything, like stands next to us for 10 minutes, doesn't say a word. We get to the stairs. Jesse, what was that meeting about? Oh, blah, 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 blah.
What?
Bro. He didn't even smile when he said it either.
This is business as usual.
Just
Keeping it moving.
Yeah, Jesse is not here for the nonsense. Jesse is absolutely not here for the nonsense. I am not Ham. No, it was what's homeboy's name? Zach Harper. Zach Harper.
Little barista.
That's who it was, man. That dude don't get no play on this show. But this dude get tons of play here on this show. Our brother,
yeah, man,
taking time out of his very busy schedule. Look at that office setup. Our man Kyle Madson.
Yeah, you guys don't get to see this, and sorry everybody listening on the radio or on the app, on the Odyssey app. It's free. Download it today. You don't usually get to see this part because usually I have a monitor in here, so it's up higher, so you don't get to see everything that's going on. But yeah, I got a whole thing going on back here. It's great.
To see the weatherman,
Al Roker.
Al Roker, the great Al Roker.
There he is, right there.
One of my favorites.
You know who's on the Wheaties boxes?
Here we have Cal Ripken Jr., one of my favorite baseball players of all time. That's from the year he retired. Okay. And then this is Steph Curry. This is after his first MVP season.
Gotcha. I had to about a month or so ago. I had to explain to my 10-year-old the Wheaties box and the significance of it, and he looked at me like I was an idiot. I was like, he's like, why is that so special? Even after I explained, he's like, all right, whatever.
It's like, cool, Dad.
I probably had Wheaties boxes with Michael Jordan on it for like 10 years. Then I realized I'm an adult. You need to throw these away. Like you don't.
Wow. Okay, just taking shots at me. That's fine.
No, I just. Right. No, that's
you
not. You
should have sold it. Why didn't you sell it?
Because I wasn't smart enough then to sell it. That's why.
Hey, I have these Wheaties boxes, and Heather, my wife, she goes, "Hey, why do you have these?" And I'm like, "Well, I like them, and I try to keep them nice because like they might be worth something someday." And she was like, "This one, the Cal Ripken one," she goes, "This is like 20 years old. Look it up. How much is it worth? eBay, $5."
There you go.
It cost more than that in 2001.
Is Steph Curry the athlete you love more than any other?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah.
Did you watch the doc already?
No, I have not consumed that yet.
Okay.
I will. Probably multiple times.
I'm sure you will. Yeah.
Is it just one doc, or are there parts to it?
No, it's one. No, I think it's just one. Okay. It's like an hour and a half or something like that, 2 hours, something like that.
Do you learn anything new, or is it just like, hey, let's revisit Steph doing cool stuff?
No, probably that. I haven't watched it yet. I saw it pop on Apple TV last night. I'm sure I'll absolutely watch it this weekend. It's on. Like I want to watch it.
Sure.
But yeah, I kind of have that same thing with documentaries. I definitely don't know as much about Steph Curry as you do, so I'm sure I'll learn some things along the way. But that's kind of how I consume documentaries too. Like, am I going to learn something from this? Like I learned from Goliath. Like I really enjoyed Goliath, the Will Chamberlain doc. But yeah, I'm anxious to watch this Steph one.
And
Apple's been doing a good job, I think.
There's also this scenario where maybe you don't learn anything, but you just want to go down memory lane.
Exactly.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
I love
and
Steph.
I'd be fine with that. I'd be fine with that.
And game 7 of round 1 last year probably isn't in it, so I'm fine.
Put the cut there.
That's just how it ends. They're like, and to conclude the documentary, here's the entire game 7.
Yeah, let's cut this story after the Boston game. How about that?
I'd be okay with that. I'd be fine with that. It's a good compromise.
Can I update everybody on something? The Amazon package with the
the crate of shoes.
Yeah, it was toilet paper. So all of you can go to
big baller barling over here.
All of you can go to hell.
That designer toilet paper.
Gold flakes.
TP Saint Laurent.
Little gold flakes on it, like at the Caraway compound. We never really actually
Gucci.
Stop it. Do you have a favorite memory covering like not in sports, but do you have a favorite memory in your time covering sports?
Oh, like of me, like not a game, but
yeah,
practice.
Just any whether just it could be a game, it could be practice, it could be an interaction, it could be anything.
So the first time I got to cover a 49er game where I got to see warm-ups like on the field, because for me, the 49ers are special to me because of my mom. Like she was a Niner season ticket holder, and still is, but was when I was growing up as well. And when we would go to games together, we both loved the pregame like the routine, like the warm-ups and like special teams guys come out and there's stretching and there's running and then the quarterbacks come out and they get loose and everybody goes in, they get in uniform, they come out, they have all their work. We love that aspect of it. So getting to cover a game for the first time and being like on the field while all of that stuff was going on was it was really, really cool. That was a really fun thing for me. And it's still something that I love to do. It's my favorite part about covering games is pregame warm-ups. Mm-hmm. And then one time when I was interning, I met Bill Walton and he asked for a chair. I was told to get Bill Walton a chair. And so I went and I got him a chair and he looks down. It's like a normal, like chair you'd see in like a, just like office ballroom kind of thing, like just a standard chair. And I pull that up and I set it down. I go, Mr. Walton, here you go. And he looks down at the chair and he looks down at me. He goes, son, I'm 7 feet tall with a bad back. I'm going to need more than one chair. I was like, ah! So I go grab this stack. I grab a stack of 6 chairs. It was too many chairs. I should have done like 2. And I'm dragging them across the floor at Arco Arena. And I grab them and I stack them on there. And I'm like, here you go. He sits down. He's like, this is perfect. Thanks so much. Super generous. But yeah, that's like my first one of, oh, I do this now.
Yeah. The one of the ones that came to mind for me, obviously, the King stuff last year. I hadn't been doing it that long, so there's not a whole lot of memories. But the King stuff, this past year, the playoffs, that was awesome. But Kyle, I'd like to get your thoughts about this because I really like the 49ers games at Levi's. I know the perception of Levi's and what it is. Everything outside of that building is like kind of there's a lot to be desired. Mm-hmm. But I went to the game where they beat the Steelers in 2019, like when they went 3-0. That was pretty cool. Mm-hmm. But the other game I went to where they didn't even win, but it was like, damn, this place is got a soul.
Can I guess?
The Seahawks game.
Yeah, the Monday night, week 10.
Yeah, and I was like, yo, this place is live. Then I ended up going to the Vikings playoff game, and it was crazy then too as well. I just think Levi's, like, once you get in the building, and people will get caught up with the construction and the sun side and all this other stuff. I just think it's a really cool place. Like, it is. I haven't been to a lot of different football places, but I think Levi's is actually pretty cool once you're inside.
I agree. And the thing that hurt Levi's Stadium was it opened in 2014. Remember, that was Jim Harbaugh's last year. Mm-hmm. So not only was the team a mess organizationally, but the team also wasn't very good. They went 8-8 that year in a pretty disappointing 8-8. Mm-hmm. And then the last game, it was Frank Gore's last home game, which was cool, and they beat the Cardinals, but everybody knew it was Jim Harbaugh's last game as a head coach. Like, we weren't even out of the parking lot yet. Mm-hmm. Leaving the game when news comes down that Jim Harbaugh had been mutually parted ways with, or whatever language they said. And then it was 2015 was the Jim Tomsula year. 2016 was the Chip Kelly year. 2017, Shanahan's first year was a mess. So the first 4 years that stadium was open, 5, because 2018 was a disaster too. The first 5 years it was open, there was nothing to root for. Mm-hmm. There was not even hope of like, oh man, this is a playoff atmosphere. Like, no, they sucked. So I think that hurt Levi Stadium a lot because, to your point, 2019, that Pittsburgh game, kind of ugly game, but hey, they pull out a win. And then they had the Monday night game against the Browns, or Sunday night game, primetime game against the Browns. Matt Breida house call on the first play of the game. Place is lit. Yeah, and ever since then, it's had a lot more of a soul and a fun atmosphere. So I'm with you. I don't know where it ranks on a list of like NFL stadiums, but I enjoy going to games there.
It's good stuff. Now you're going to have an opportunity. I mean, obviously, you've got a whole slate of games coming up this season, and 49ers are going to be a favorite again. Tim Kawakami, I asked Kenny about this earlier. Tim Kawakami had an interesting line in an article he wrote recently. I think it was posted today, and it's a line I can't really poke holes in. He said, Kyle Shanahan has the most job security of any coach without a Lombardi trophy. You agree?
Ooh, yeah, probably. I think so. Because Sean Payton has one. Yeah, I think that's probably right.
Yeah, it's like I couldn't like poke holes in that because I don't think Kyle
What-
Shanahan's in
You
any
know, the one
danger
I
of-
thought about was what's his name? Sirianni.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh,
But if the Eagles regress this year and then stink next year, it wouldn't surprise me if like Sirianni was gone. But I think in that same case, if the 49ers go 8-9 this year and then go 4-13 next year, I think Kyle Shanahan's job security would be on the line. But I think that's probably the case for a lot of coaches.
And look, I think the job security will be on the line. He'd still have a job. Philly fired what's his name after a year after they won the Super Bowl.
Oh yeah, Doug Peterson there.
Like, so yeah, to your point, Kyle, if Sirianni's good or not good for a year and a half, he might be on his way out.
wait till you see what they do to Brian Daboll. wait to see what happens to the Giants this year when they don't massively overachieve.
The thing, there's two separate sides with the Kyle Shanahan thing though, right? Because you're going to have a fan base that they could go to the NFC Championship game this year and lose. Let's just say that happens. Let's say, you know what? I'm going to give them a Super Bowl. They're going to go to the Super Bowl and lose. Okay. Mostly they play well. It's just, you know what? It was Brock Purdy v. Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes made a couple of plays that Brock Purdy didn't, and the Chiefs won by 7 points. Okay. There's going to be people in the fan base that are like, Kyle Shanahan just can't get it done. Meanwhile, the 49ers organizationally are looking like, man, that's 4 deep playoff runs in the last 5 years. They're on the cusp. They're really good when a lot of teams with this quarterback situation probably wouldn't be. And I know you can spin that around and say, well, he's in charge of personnel. He's at fault for the quarterback situation. Okay. But if a team's going to NFC title games and contending for Super Bowls year in and year out with a roster that's as good as this one that he's been part of building and a coaching staff this good that he's been part of building, like it's not easy to find good coaches in the NFL. And I think Jed York knows that, given what he went through in the post Harbaugh era in those 2 years of Jim Tomsula and Chip Kelly. So I think there's a level of stability with Kyle Shanahan that the 49ers love organizationally, that even if fans are clamoring for Shanahan to get fired, I don't think the 49ers are even close to that.
No, I agree. I always thought it's asinine that there was even a question by
It's
some
a little
people.
silly.
Yeah, like this guy, you know how many franchises in the NFL right now would kill to go to 3 NFC or conference championship games in 4 years? Like
Probably everyone but Kansas City.
Yeah.
Like every single
100%.
one except Kansas City.
Right. But you know, with the 49ers, and it's kind of weird because I know the perception is the media is soft on the West Coast or whatever. But 49ers football,
Because we sleep better than they do on the East Coast. That's why.
yeah, we
That's a
get
great
long
point.
sleep.
We're just
Yeah.
not cranky. It's not. We're not soft.
Ain't
We're
no
just not
snow or nothing
cranky.
like that either.
Yeah, no, we're happy.
Yeah,
There's a difference.
Sunshine.
There's a difference between happiness and soft. We're happy. You people are miserable.
Right. But the 49ers
off your chest.
coverage is pretty intense out here. I think I couldn't imagine it being more intense on the East if the 49ers were the Philadelphia 49ers,
Well.
right? They'd be jackasses.
Well,
But
It might be more irrational.
it would definitely be more irrational.
Yeah.
Well, all fan bases are irrational. I don't think all media contingencies are irrational. I think
That's
a lot of the ones on the East Coast are, like New York and Philly. It's like silly.
Yeah.
Like
I agree.
it's absolutely silly. How different would the 49ers be if they didn't land Christian McCaffrey last year?
A little.
Which it can't get. I want you to stop right there for a second, because there's a fascinating what if that Bill Barnwell wrote on ESPN.com, and the breakdown was it's basically what Kyle said right there, because it was more not if the 49ers didn't land Christian McCaffrey, is what if the Rams landed Christian McCaffrey. But they broke it down from a 49ers perspective, where it's like, I know you think it would be really different, but when you look at that final stretch of the season, it was the defense that was doing amazing things. Now you can connect dots between what Christian McCaffrey was doing in the defense all you want, but the overall thing was it'd be different, but it'd probably only be a little bit different. And given that was your response, I find that incredible because my first thought was, oh, they'd be terrible.
No, they wouldn't be terrible, but I say it different because now remember Deebo Samuel did miss 3 games, weeks 14, 15. He went down in week 14 and like 15, 16, and 17. So he missed like 3+ games. If they don't have Christian McCaffrey, I don't know if they win the games that they don't have Deebo in. And I don't know if Brock Purdy looks as good as Brock Purdy did without Christian McCaffrey. Like, I think McCaffrey was a bigger reason that they were scoring 30 a game than Brock Purdy was, if that makes sense. And the reason I say a little is because Kyle Shanahan like figures stuff out. Like that's why he has such high job security, is because if Christian McCaffrey didn't arrive, they didn't land Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel goes down, they'd probably figure out a way to win those games. They may not score 30+ points, but they're going to be competitive in those games. So that's why I think that I say it looks a little bit different. And I think we might think of them a little different going into this year, because the running back position would be Elijah Mitchell, who's played 16 games in 2 years, and then Jordan Mason and Ty Davis Price and a couple of undrafted guys. So that's a big question mark at a pretty important spot, or for this offense in particular. But McCaffrey just does so many things that unlock various aspects of their offense that, like, if he's not, how do I explain this? Like, if he's not here, we don't know like what it would have looked like with him. So we don't know. I'm not explaining this well. I'm not articulating it. But without Christian McCaffrey, we don't know like what the ceiling with Christian McCaffrey looks like. And I think we saw it last year. Right. So
you got a point. We don't know what it looks like with Christian McCaffrey's here if Christian McCaffrey doesn't come here. That's a great point.
Yeah. I was trying to say, like, if we're talking now, I don't like, I imagine removing Christian McCaffrey from the 49ers, knowing what they look like with Christian McCaffrey. And I go, man, yeah, that would look a lot worse. But if they had not obtained Christian McCaffrey, we're going into this year, I'm not saying
they still would have been good.
Yeah. Yes.
Off the top of my head, those games that Deebo missed at Seattle, at home against Washington, and at Las Vegas, and the offense was crazy. To your point, Deebo misses those games with no Christian McCaffrey. I don't think the offense is crazy.
I agree.
In those next 3 games, man. He's a game changer, man. He absolutely is a game changer.
He's the best. If it's not Nick Chubb, he's the best back in the league.
I agree.
And they're very different backs, in my opinion, Nick Chubb and Christian McCaffrey.
Well, that's
Jacobs close too.
That's where like the whole, the running back pay inequality has been a big topic of discussion on the internet, right? And Christian McCaffrey comes up because people go, well, Kyle Shanahan traded all these assets for and acquired Christian McCaffrey. But the NFL now, I heard Charles Robinson from Yahoo Sports. I heard him on a podcast and he made this point. I think it's a great one. If in the quarterback-centric NFL, if you're not a player who is actively making the life of the quarterback easier, your value plummets dramatically. And so Christian McCaffrey, if he wasn't a running back, would be an excellent slot receiver. And so that's how he helps out the quarterback. We saw it with the 49ers last year. So many plays that would have been sacks turned into first downs because of Christian McCaffrey. And there's obvious exceptions. The Titans offense runs through Derrick Henry. Like, Derrick Henry is a machine, and pencil him in for 1,500 yards, and that's how their offense is going to go. And I think Nick Chubb, to an extent, too, has been pretty underrated. I think he's over 1,000 yards in every year he's been in the league. But other than that, it's like, with how good running backs are and their ability to kind of hit the ground running in the league, like, you see why a team would look at Josh Jacobs and go, okay, he's really good, but can we spend that money elsewhere and still find running back production in undrafted free agency or via the draft? But Christian McCaffrey, to get back to that point, is just different because of what he does as a receiver. Like, it unlocks so many things for the Niners' entire offense, and that's why they go get him and pay a guy like that.
Do you think, I got a question for you here. Do you think Deebo Samuel, I don't know why I always put that on it, but do you think Deebo Samuel has the best season of his career this year? And I ask because there's a lot of talk about him. I mean, he said it himself, like, I had a terrible season.
Trash.
Yeah. I'm going to bounce back. We're seeing all these videos of how hard he's working and, you know, he's getting himself locked in or whatever. Do you think he has the best season of his career this year?
No, because I don't think he ever matches 2021 again. Like 1,700 scrimmage yards and 14 touchdowns. Like, that's crazy. But so much of that was born from necessity, right? Elijah Mitchell got hurt. I think Raheem Mostert got hurt like the second carry of the year in week 1. So they were just down running backs. Trey Sermon stunk. So the Debo running back stuff became like a necessity for them. And now it's not. Now they have Christian McCaffrey and they still have Elijah Mitchell. Jordan Mason, I think, averaged like 6 yards a carry last year. They have Brandon Ayuk still. George Kittle has rebranded himself, revived himself as a like red zone target, like a go-to guy in the red area. So I don't think that this they need a big play, it needs to go to Debo. I don't think that's ever going to be the case again. So I don't think he has the best year of his career this year, but I think he could have a season where we're sitting here talking in the middle of November going, man, Debo looks like Debo again. Maybe the numbers aren't there, but man, it's an explosive play every game. And remember that big catch and run he had in a big spot. So I think the numbers will never reach what he was in 2021, but I think he's absolutely going to look more like the player we saw that year, even if the production doesn't get there.
He's the ultimate playmaker.
Yes,
he can go to the house anywhere on the field at any time. There's not a lot. I don't feel like
more so than McCaffrey.
Yeah, maybe equal, but Debo can go. It don't matter. You could be backed up with the ball on your own 4, and you just give him like a tunnel screen, and he can go to the house. At any time. Not a lot of guys like that.
No.
The hump for them to get over is so small. Like they're a championship contender. They're all. It feels like they're going to be a championship contender this year. They're going to be a championship contender next year. They're going to be a championship contender for another couple of years. What gets them the trophy?
But I think I hate saying this because I try to push back on the whole like quarterback centric analysis of the NFL, where a team ranking or roster ranking is just a quarterback ranking. But when you watch the Super Bowl last year, it's like, man, that's Jalen Hurts making plays through the air and on the ground. It's Patrick Mahomes doing the same thing. Can Brock Purdy go play for play with, or Sam Darnold or Trey Lance, whoever it is, go play for play with Patrick Mahomes or Joe Burrow or Jalen Hurts or Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson? Can they go play for play with those MVP caliber guys? The answer has to be yes, because we saw the Niners defense play the Chiefs offense about as well as you can play them in the Super Bowl, and they just didn't get enough from their quarterback. Because teams are going to sell out to stop the run. They're going to make the quarterback make plays. Like, that's why the end of the Super Bowl went the way it did for the Niners against the Chiefs. The Chiefs were selling out to stop the run, and the Niners couldn't make the throws. So can Brock Purdy make the throws? When forced to in a big spot, 6 minutes left, need a first down, you're up by 3. Can you make that throw to George Kittle over the middle? Can you find Brandon Ayuk on a deep out? Like, those are the kind of like little things that this team is down to because their roster is so good. And like, for me with Brock Purdy, as good as he was last year, I don't want to undersell it. That's still a huge question mark. A, because he's coming back from major surgery on his throwing elbow. But B, we saw 7 games. And the standard for greatness is about sustained production. Areas that he's going to regress. How does he get better? Those are still huge question marks for me.
He almost,
that was a count of 4. That was not an official freeze.
It was trying some stuff all throughout, and I was like, he's gonna get through this, and it almost got him.
That Oakley internet was trying to get you, but you're safe. You're safe.
What happened?
An official freeze is 5 seconds. You froze for 4, so you kicked out. You're still in the game, buddy. You still
Thank
made
goodness.
it. The great part is you didn't even know. James Ham would have been throwing stuff by the 4th second.
I had no idea. I was rolling, bro.
Yeah, no, it was very profound what you said there. That froze.
You don't have to patronize me.
No, I didn't actually hear it. That's our man, Kyle Madson. Great 49ers content available over there on Candlestick Chronicles.
Can't wait to see Kyle.
Keeping an eye on Kyle Madson.
Can't wait to see him.
Right there. We'll come back. James Ham joins us. D'Lo and KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Hey.
No, I meant Harden. When I said
Oh, got you. It was like James is at 3. All right, man. Hey,
Hey.
I just texted you. Just sent you.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, don't love that the mic got turned off.
No, I was actually asking him to get us into a topic.
Oh,
his,
okay.
But I didn't know how to, like, it was his idea, and it was written into the show hours ago. But I didn't communicate, hey, get us there. And so I didn't really know how to do it. And then he's like, nah, just skip it. So it's like, well, fuck it then, forget it.
It's always jarring to hear the F word on this. I know why. I tell our people, like, why does the Chatty House, why are they so loyal to that live stream? They get the behind the scenes look, like, dude, that's what
it is.
That's something that like my dad might be watching right now. What's up, Dad? Shout out. And if he's not watching now, he's probably gonna watch later. But that's something that he always talks about, is like how cool if you're gonna run video, you got to give people a reason to watch it, right?
You don't put a slide up when you go to commercial. Like, just talk through it.
We're here for the people, bro.
Kyle, any predictions for 8-14? Predictions.
Hang on, let me think.
We're taking predictions for 8-14.
I have 1,000 and 19, 20, 25 predictions for what I think is going to happen. And I can't list them all today.
All right.
Maybe 30.
Okay. That's a lot.
You posted.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. You posted a clip of Rihanna on Instagram and Twitter. And then all the like your guys, what's the word I'm looking for? Like cryptic tweeting. I was like, Rihanna's coming in studio.
You're not the only one who thought that.
Like, I'm coming that day. I'm coming in.
I don't want to spoil what we. I can tell you, Rihanna's not coming in studio.
No, I figured that.
You talk about cool moments, like sports wise. I'm kind of with you. Like being 10 feet from LeBron James or Kobe Bryant when they were warming up for a game is pretty dope. But I introduced Rihanna to like 15,000 people. Like that's pretty dope.
Damn,
that's a pretty dope.
If you gave me the opportunity to do that instead of like anything I've done as a media person, I would do that.
It's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome.
Man, it's hot. I saw Oppenheimer today. Oppenheimer. I don't know why I keep saying Oppenheimer.
How was that?
Phenomenal. Like really freaking good. It's 3 hours long.
Nolan, right?
Yeah, 3 hours long. Didn't feel that long. And just just every like good thing you're reading about it is right. Terrific movie.
It's a shame we're not going to see any movies anymore.
Damn.
Why?
Well, writers are on strike.
Oh yeah, that old chestnut. Well.
Yeah. A little after Upon the Replay, it was more like I remember the big. We had just dropped that bout. Was that record called Unfaithful?
Was Neo wrote it or something?
Oh man, that's
Neo. I think
banger.
wrote Think About.
Think About. He did right there.
You look so dumb right now.
Hey, here's the thing. That's a great song. Rob W said, "Don't spoil the end, Kyle." Talking about Oppenheimer. It actually did not end. Like I learned so much and it's based on a book, and now I'm going to read the book because wow. As a person that likes history, it was like wild. I had no idea all that stuff happened. Like the actual bomb aspect of it is maybe like 2/3 of the movie. And then there's a whole other stuff after it.
Great thing about it. So
I'm gonna see Barbie on Sunday.
Well, have fun. We're gonna do a radio show.
That sounds great. I'll see you guys later.
Just saying goodbye to our friend Kyle Madson as we come back here on the air. I was telling Kyle, I'm like him. I enjoy the, he's talking about like favorite things is in sports media. He enjoys like the warm up part of it and just kind of being around those guys, being around like LeBron or Giannis or even like Kobe when they're warming. That's pretty dope.
Oh yeah.
But like I introduced Rihanna to a crowd that was dying to see her. That was kind of dope.
Didn't you have to stall for time?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I hated her for it for a long time. And not like a couple minutes, like 30 or 40 minutes. I had to stall.
Oh man. Wait a minute, man. At some point, hey man, we're just gonna go back to DJ Oasis for a little bit.
Well, it was DJ Alizawi at the time, and that's what we did because we were looking at each other like we did what we had to do, and the stagehand guy he gives me the because I had like 90 seconds that I was supposed to say a couple of things, introduce her. We were going to stay on this schedule, and I look over and he would give me the thumbs up. But this time no, not yet. Okay. Like, no problem. So I kept talking, the crowd's hype.
Yeah.
And then I look back over and he gives me the sign, bro, you're going to have to stretch. Okay. Yo, Alizawi, let's do something. Puts on Hail Mary. Pac. So what you do in those moments, because you don't want the crowd to die. Yeah. It's also like 85 degrees outside.
Yeah,
you don't want the crowd to die. And it's in the middle of Discovery Park where there isn't a tree. So it's hot. And hits Hail Mary. You start singing. I ain't a killer, but don't push me. Cut. Let the crowd sing the rest. Next song. And so you just keep the records familiar. Look over. Nope. It was the crowd was into it. It was fun, but there was a certain point where it was like, bruh, do we just need to go to Sir Mix-a-Lot? Because I think Sir Mix-a-Lot was next. It was like, do we just need to go to Sir Mix-a-Lot? Like, what are we doing? And I finally.
So she wasn't even the final. So it probably threw everybody off.
No, I remember Nick Cannon was there that year.
There's a gigolo.
And I think Sir Mix-a-Lot was the headliner. Yeah, I think Sir Mix-a-Lot was the headliner. But I remember just that moment where he finally gave me the thumbs up and I got to make that introduction and crowd didn't care. They went nuts. They were so happy to see her. Even then.
Yeah.
This was like second album. It wasn't Pawn to Replay and SOS. It was the next album, which had Unfaithful and I don't think Take a Bow was on that one. It was Unfaithful, and I don't remember what
was it pre-Umbrella?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Maybe it was Umbrella.
Maybe
it was that era.
Yeah.
I just remember Unfaithful because it was a ballad and it was a smash, and she was lip singing it.
Oh,
and that was the thing. She wanted her tea and her lemon. So the bad thing about Discovery Park, as cool as it is to have shows, it's like one way in and one way out.
Gosh,
and like if you have to go get honey, I'll see you in like 90 minutes.
Yeah.
No matter how close the store is, it's going to take you 90 minutes to get back.
Yeah.
And it was tough.
I remember that last year
for a while
at Soul Bloom. Like, first of all, we got dropped off at Soul Bloom. And even that is just some madhouse trying to get in and out of Discovery Park.
Yeah.
Madhouse. Because I don't even think, and they shouldn't, that would be even crazier. I don't think they at least for Soul Bloom, they didn't let people park on the grounds like the general public. They couldn't park at the park. So they had to either get dropped off or park at the Easy 8 motel around the corner.
Well,
like, yeah, I could imagine Rihanna trying to get tea and honey.
Well, Rihanna wasn't trying to get it. The staff at KSFM 102.5 was trying to get it, and they were trying to get her everything she needed. But again, we know, like, we know those things. The crowd did not care.
Yeah.
We had super soakers out there to keep everybody, cool, and they wanted to see Rihanna.
And
they got
maybe,
it.
Maybe I'm just me as a consumer, as somebody, I wouldn't care either. Like if somebody's like, I know people always talk about Lauryn Hill, right? Like she's an hour late, 2 hours late. Man, just like you did. You got DJ keep things going, whatever. As long as they show up.
Yeah, you've gotta kind of, but the problem is you just don't want the show to stop. Like you've just gotta keep things moving. You don't want the crowd to like fade, because the fear is that influences how they react to the artist, and the artist is like, this is trash. I ain't never doing this again. Sacramento sucks. That's not what happened.
No, Sacramento always shows out.
Can't wait for Soul Bloom next month. Oh my, I can't wait. I can't wait for August, period. I got some August, September. There's some shows coming around. We ain't even talk, like Snoop's gonna be here. Well, Wiz Khalifa on the 25th. I get to see Beyonce in Vegas. LL the next week. 50 Cent 2 days later. We got Ty Dolla $ign coming in.
Show about to be crazy.
Man.
That 50 show about to be crazy.
Yeah, that's gonna be one. We need to do something at that 50 show. Yeah,
and when that beat drops and he plays Many Men.
YG gonna be here in September.
Come on now, that's gonna be the one right there. YG, Tyga, and Sweetie. I was thinking about Tyga when this was released. He's gonna have, like, off the top of my head, 10 songs. I was like, well, this was a smash.
Yep.
He started playing Rack City.
Bro, that's how I felt about YG the other day. I was listening to YG and I just kept thinking, man, this catalog's way deeper than I realized. Like, he's got some tracks on there. That's gonna be a great show. Yeah.
He's a Sweetie. Sweetie got about 5 or 6 songs that I'm telling they're gonna get the party rocking.
Yeah, it's gonna be September 21st, Golden One Center, man. That's gonna be a good night. It's gonna be a good night. James Harden.
Your man's.
Not mine. Nope, not mine. James Harden post on his Instagram story. It's time to get uncomfortable.
Come on, man.
Sir.
Yeah, what's wrong with this guy?
What are you talking about?
With this guy?
I don't know who I'm rooting for in the James Harden, Daryl Morey thing. It's like two bad guys at WrestleMania. It's like remember at WrestleMania 20 when Brock Lesnar and Goldberg fought and the crowd hated both of them because they were leaving? I feel like this is what this is. This is Goldberg versus Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania 20. I want you both gone.
Was Harden flipping off the crowd? Who Brock did that, right? Who's flipping off the crowd?
Brock did. Yeah, Brock did.
I don't know.
What does that mean? What is he talking about? It's time to get uncomfortable.
I think he's laying the groundwork.
Washing out the fat suit.
I'm about to say, get his way out of Philly. He's laying the groundwork. Nasty behavior, if that's really what's going on. We don't know if that's really what's going on. So I don't want to assume. But I mean, he's got a track record of doing this type of stuff.
And yet, and what I love is it appeared like the Clippers were in on this. Like they wanted James Harden. Now I think they're rethinking the whole thing. No, maybe we don't. I mean, if we can get him for $250 and some jawbreakers, like, cool. But we ain't giving up anything. We even kind of like there was a report Terrence Mann's holding up the deal. They're not giving up anything.
The deal ain't never happening.
If we even kind of like it, we're not trading.
Yeah.
And so $250 and some jawbreakers, maybe $1 and some envelopes. That's all you're getting. James Harden gonna play the whole damn season in Philadelphia until Joel Embiid punches him in the face, Draymond Green style.
And I'm like,
and I would react very differently to a Joel Embiid punch to James Harden
telling you right now.
Draymond Green to call me a hypocrite now before it even happens. Because like, remember Phoenix? Like DeMarcus was like, wasn't DeMarcus on that squad? Like, get this dude out of here. It wasn't just DeMarcus though. There was a couple of guys on the team like
John Wall.
John Wall. This dude's we can't have this.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why James thinks this type of stuff is okay. Honestly, and it was interesting
because he's allowed to do it. I think that's why
it's
he
worked
thinks it's
every
okay.
time.
Yeah, he's allowed to get away with it.
Well, I say it was interesting because on the ride here, and I was listening to Austin Rivers, he was talking kind of candidly about this kind of stuff because they were talking about Dame. He was like, "Look, I love Dame, but this is bad. Like for guys like him, Harden, to just force their way out." He was like, "There's a CBA. I'm not even going to get into it, but he said it's like super top heavy. It's you're either making a lot or you're making $2 million." He's like, "There's guys that are mid-level guys that they're going to make like the minimum, damn near."
Ooh, okay.
I would look at a guy like Kelly Oubre as somebody like that.
But is that?
And he was talking about the structure of the CBA, the way it's set up.
Well, I'm thinking about like if you have a team with multiple max guys on it, that's probably the case. That's probably accurate.
Yeah.
Unless you're unless you're able to acquire a max guy or whatever, and you got homegrown max guys, that maybe that's a little bit different. Yeah. Like I'm not sure. Like it's going to be wild when De'Aaron, Keegan, and Tomas are all making money. Yeah. Cap's going up, but
going up.
Jeez.
But I mean, I understand what he's saying. Like if these guys are doing that as far as like trying to dictate where they're going, like where does it end? Who doesn't get to do that, and do they just not get to do that because they're not James Harden or Dame Lillard? Like he's probably like, what if I was like, I want to be traded and
no one cares, Austin.
Right. They'll probably ship him out. Good. Finally. We've been trying to get rid of you.
Yeah. We welcome in our 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham, here on D-Lo McCasey on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook as well. We hope you hit the thumbs up and subscribe buttons. James, obviously talking about James Harden. James Harden posted, "It's time to get uncomfortable." On his Instagram story, and Casey caught a podcast with Austin Rivers. Are players, I feel like this is a yearly question, are players asking for trades bad for the league?
Yeah, I mean, actually, by the letter of the law, they're not allowed to. They're not allowed to go public and ask for a trade. Well,
to their defense, I don't think either one of them has.
Yeah, I mean, they can go. They can go to their agent.
Not very literally. Neither one of them has.
Yeah. So, do I think it's bad for the league? Yeah, I do, because the NBA is filled with guaranteed contracts, and that means that if you blow out your knee and can't play anymore, you still get paid. Now there's insurance policies and stuff like that, but like it's a guaranteed contract, and so for players who just decide that they don't want to be somewhere anymore, and whatever the reason might be, I don't think it's great for the league. And, we got into a discussion yesterday on the Kings Beat podcast, me and Sean and Brendan, about, where we thought Damian Lillard would end up, whether we thought this was a good idea or not. And I feel bad for Portland because, in my opinion, Portland should go get the best package they can possibly get for Damian Lillard. And they should not worry about the fact that he's a multi-time all-star and that he was the franchise for so many years. Like, look, those fences will be mended later. Like, you can always bring someone back in the fold later down the road. What you can't do, though, is hamstring your franchise by not only acquiescing to a trade, but allowing a player to dictate the terms of that trade. And, I can imagine that Damian Lillard wants to go to the Miami Heat because he thinks he can win a championship. He also doesn't want that team gutted. So when he gets there, that they still have an opportunity to win a championship, but that's really not the way it should go. I think
it's so weird, James, because he said that during one of his podcast appearances before all of this. He said he was like, I understand, like, just because I get traded, it doesn't mean I'm going to win a title. Like, I have to be traded for somebody. And what's the team look like after I get there? So, like, he knows that. So for this very public negotiation between these two teams to play out the way that it is kind of it's kind of funny, given the fact that Dame Lillard's own words have acknowledged, I understand. I'm essentially what he was saying. I'm Dame Lillard. Like it's going to cost a lot to get me.
Yeah, I totally get that. And I think that very few times do we see a trade like, let's say, the Domantas Sabonis and Tyrese Halliburton deal, where it truly does work out for both teams. Like, we don't see that very often. And that, I think, it does unbalance the league. And it puts a situation where, the number is that OKC has 35 draft picks over the next 7 years. Like, I mean, what does that even mean? Like, you here now, they're in a situation where they literally have to waive players. They have to waive players. They had to waive players last year who might be quality NBA players, but you have too many draft picks. And so, again, if I'm Portland, the last team I want to trade for is a team that's going to win a championship, because that means that any of the draft picks you get aren't going to be good draft picks. They're going to be, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30 in the draft. That's not what you want. Like, you need to maximize value here. And that could hurt Damian Lillard's feelings. I don't like that his agent has been so transparent with this. And I like Aaron Goodwin, but like, look, you got to do everyone's got to do what's best for themselves in this situation. That includes the Portland Trailblazers.
All right. And you said something key right there, James, is everybody's got to do what's best for themselves. Everyone's got to look out for themselves. If I'm Damian Lillard and I don't want to go to OKC, I don't care about what Portland is getting back. I don't care about what predicament that puts them in, because you know what? If Damian Lillard wanted to stay in Portland and Portland traded him, they wouldn't care about that. They'd move him in a heartbeat. So really, it's just, in a perfect world, both sides will look out for both sides, but that's not what this is.
But the problem is, it's not a two-sided conversation. It's three. And so while Dame would love to look out for Portland and Portland might love to look out for Dame, Miami doesn't give a damn about either one of them.
Right.
Miami's trying to win a championship.
Yeah.
And I think that's true for Brooklyn or New York or whoever the third party is, right, when a team and their superstar go through a public breakup like this.
And for this, it seems like for this deal to get done, Aaron Goodwin and Dame Lillard, they've got to talk to Miami and be like, yeah, I know you don't care, but to get this done, you've got to do something. Yeah. Like, you can't just give them peanuts and say, well, this isn't my problem, you guys figure it out. Well, it's becoming your problem because we can't get this deal done because you want to give them nothing. So everybody's gonna have to work together at some point. But I mean, I don't feel bad for Portland at all. This is what teams have done for years. I said the other day,
bad for anybody.
I've said this a number of different times. When a guy, and this isn't exactly the situation here right now, but when a guy like Dame Lillard signs a contract with the Portland Trailblazers, he signs a contract with the Portland Trailblazers, not Milwaukee. So when he's traded to Milwaukee, don't nobody care about that. He said, I didn't sign up for that. I signed to play with Portland, and the team didn't care. They moved him on. The only situation now is Dame got a little leverage. He's trying to use that as much as he can.
But he doesn't. I think
that's
why
agree.
he's not here.
But you know what I always say. The leverage is Dame Lillard. He can say, I'm not going to play. Now, nobody believes he's going to actually go through with it, but he's the leverage.
But the problem is, but I hear you, but does that really hurt Portland?
No.
I mean, it's not a good look for anyone. I just don't think it hurts Portland because of where Portland is as a franchise.
Mm-hmm.
Dame, you're not playing? That sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like and look, it can't come to that.
Mm-hmm.
Adam Silver can't let it come to that. Dame Lillard can't let it come to that. The Blazers, everybody involved can't let it come to that.
I agree.
But in the end, I just don't know that the leverage is there simply because of the amount of years left on his deal. I think it's so, and that he's still such a really, really good player. He has so many years left on his deal. There's not a lot of, you can't do the Rich Paul thing, or you can acquire Anthony Davis if you want to. He's not going to sign here. So everything you're giving up for a year and 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. If you want to do that, hey, by all means. Otherwise, he's signing with the Lakers.
And like I said, sorry, Jay. Like I said, you report, my back hurts. I'm cashing them checks and I ain't playing.
Well, okay, so there's a couple of things here. Number one, like Bradley Beal was in sort of similar situation, except for Bradley Beal for some reason had a no trade clause. Where how does Damian Lillard not have a no trade clause?
That's a good question.
So that's a big question. And if he didn't want to be in this situation, then he should have had a no trade clause. And if his agent didn't want him to be in this situation, he should have negotiated a no trade clause into his contract. So when you don't do that, you leave yourself open. Now, if Damian Lillard was to say, here are 5 teams I would like to play for, and if there's a 6 or a 7 team out there that really comes hard, and we'll think about it. That's one thing. But to say that I only want to play for one team, I mean, 2 things. Number one, that totally kills the Blazers. Number 2, what does that really say about him? Like, I'm just going to throw a fit, and I only want to play for a team that was in the NBA Finals last year. I haven't been able to win a single thing in Portland, and I only want to play for a championship. And to me, that's just like, I get it. Like, he's a great player, and he's the heart and the soul of that franchise. But that's just such craziness that I can't get past it, because, again, it makes me lose respect for him as a player in this situation, because you don't get to pick and choose whether you get to go play for a championship or not. That's not sports. That's just, you're cherry picking whether you're going to get to play for a championship. And it's one thing to go sign a league minimum deal and take a $2 million, $3 million deal and go try to climb on board one of these championship teams and play for a ring when you're in the final years of your playing career. It's a whole other thing when you're holding a franchise that has not only has Dame been really good for them, they've been really good to him as well over the last decade. So he's holding them ransom at this point, and I don't get it. So, like, I think at some point it does actually hurt, like, his brand. It hurts his legacy, especially if it goes totally sideways here. And what does that mean? If he wins a championship, what does that even mean? Like, okay, you held a franchise completely over a barrel, and you got to go win a championship with a team that already went to the NBA Finals last year. Like, so how much did you even mean? And maybe if you put them over the top, that means something. But same time, like, it's just dirty business.
I still agree with Paul Pierce. I don't think that team's...
I don't think you will ever in my lifetime hear me spout those words right there. Not even one time will you ever hear me say that.
I never thought I'd say it. Paul Pierce said that team getting eliminated in round 1. Now, maybe that's a bit excessive. If I take the Paul Pierce-ness off of it, I think I get the point that he was saying. I'm not totally sold on Miami with Dame there yet, but I do think we'll get there, and we'll get the opportunity to see. The only person I feel bad for in this situation, the only entity I feel bad for, it's not Portland, it's not the fans, it's the team that's stupid enough to acquire James Harden. That's who I feel bad for. No one else. Everybody else.
Don't feel bad for them because they made the decision.
Well, you're right. That's a good point. That's a good point. Hammer, we were talking earlier with Kyle about like moments, like memories of covering sports, not as a sports fan, but as like James Ham, Kings insider. Do you have a favorite memory covering this team? Or, I mean, you've covered, you covered the Warriors too. You've covered a number of NBA finals. Do you have a favorite memory covering sports?
Yeah, I mean, getting to go into an NBA locker room after Game 7 is special. So, like, those moments stand out. I've had that opportunity twice. I was in the building in Toronto when Kevin Durant popped his Achilles, and the fans in Air Canada Center, or whatever they want to call it now, Scotia Bank or whatever, I'm not sure. They started cheering, and Kyle Lowry took the mic and chastised his own fan base for being disrespectful. My covering the team, the Kings, the moment in my first season when Tyreek Evans won, I think it was beat Memphis with like the 60-foot heave.
Mm-hmm.
That ball came right at us because it used to be at Arco, if you didn't have the corner seat or the table on the bench along the front row, you sat in the second deck right behind the basket, and that ball came right at me, and I was sitting with Zach Harper, and both of us started leaning like, oh no, that's got a shot. And then watching Arco light up like a candle was really cool. So I don't know, like my favorite.
Good one.
Yeah, that was a good one. I don't
Were you
know.
in Cleveland? You said multiple game sevens. Were you in Cleveland?
No, I wasn't in Cleveland, but the Cavs won game 7 in Oakland.
Oh, that's that. Yeah, not in. Yeah, that's what I meant. I meant the Cleveland series.
Yeah, so
Hmm?
I was there for that. I was there for the game when J.R. Smith stopped playing in the middle, like with no time left.
Yeah.
Yeah, like what are you doing? What's happening?
The moment LeBron knew he was going to Los Angeles. No, the moment was, when that video came out the next day where LeBron's looking at Ty Lue. We didn't have a timeout. And Ty Lue goes, we had a timeout. And you just see LeBron's life leave his body.
And leave Cleveland.
And leave Cleveland. It was LeBron's spirit was in front of the Hollywood sign by the end of the night.
Well, I remember like in the Cavs locker room while we were in there, like there was a report coming out of Cleveland that someone had stolen a fire truck and was driving down the streets with like hundreds of fans loaded on the fire truck, going crazy, like Code 3, like. Yeah, so and then the video pops up, and I'm sitting there with Iman Shumpert, and me and Iman Shumpert are watching video of the fans like driving around on a stolen fire truck. So yeah, those are the fun ones, like where you're in there, just like covering a Niners game or covering a Raiders game or covering an A's game. All of those are like highlights too, because anytime you get to go outside of your sport and sort of feel what it is to cover a different sport like that is really, really interesting and fun. Like baseball, I would cover baseball any day because you're so used to the pace of basketball. But a guy hits a 3-run homer in the 9th inning, and you can rewrite your entire story on the next 2 pitches. Where at the NBA level, man, you're just praying for a game that's 6 points with a minute and a half left, so you actually have an idea who's going to win. Because if not, you're going back and forth, and you got 2 separate stories completely written about whether they won or whether they lost, and you're waiting for the final seconds and seeing how it ends.
Hey, Ham,
doesn't even include hi Drake.
No, that's true.
Oh, Jacques Vaughn.
Well, I'm not gonna take that from Jacques. I'm not gonna take that from Jacques Vaughn.
Hey, have you like traded in your fandom for your profession? I hear that a lot of the time about, I can't be a fan of such and such team because I cover them, and I understand the professional aspect of it. But I mean, look, I cover a team. There's no hiding. I want the Kings to win every time. I want the 49ers to win every time. Like, I always thought, like, before I got into the business, that was always like, so I was kind of crazy, right? Like, if you're still able to do your job, I think you should be able to say, yeah, I'm a Kings fan. It's when you can. It's when you are doing things that I don't want to say unethical, but when it's clearly like there's no objectivity in what you're saying when you're reporting facts, that becomes a problem. But have you been at that point where you're like, yeah, I'm not a Kings fan, I just kind of cover them?
No, you have to check it at the door. There comes a point where like you can't be both. Like there are things you got to ask players that aren't nice. There are things you have to ask coaches. I remember it's one of the things, the beauty of working with Brendan, it's getting to see like the coverage side with like fresh eyes again, because there are moments where like last season where, we walked into the media room following the game where the guy threw up all over the court and there's a delay, and more importantly, everything had spun out, and we knew that was probably Luke Walton's last game. And you got to walk into a press conference room, and that whole entire room is quiet, and everyone knows that like what's about to happen. There was no shock at all, and you have to be a pro, but also you got to be a veteran in those situations. And so like we're walking in, and like Brenda's like, what do I ask? And like, no, just sit this one out. We got this. And so it becomes like me and Sean and Jason Anderson are the only ones in the room asking questions. And that's because everyone else in the room, they're trying to get through it. They don't know what's happening. So there are these moments where you're reminded very, very clearly that you cannot be a fan, that you have to walk into that room and be absolutely brutally honest and ask the questions that have to be asked. And so like if I'm sitting there and it's game 81, 82, or whatever it was, game 75 or whatever, 76, when the Kings clinched the playoffs, did I get emotional sitting there covering the game? Yes, certainly. I got chills.
Did you wipe pretend tears from your face?
I did not. No, I was able to
Were you trying really hard to cry and couldn't?
No.
Okay,
no.
I'm just asking because that was
no, but I certainly felt it, and
Sure.
like those are moments, but those are like, you've covered these guys every day for years. Like I've covered De'Aaron Fox every game of his entire career. Like there is not a game that I haven't covered that De'Aaron Fox played in. And so like when you're watching someone, you do have a sense of connection with them. And, it's kind of like when it's a little bit more like you're watching people that you respect and that you've spent time with that did find success, and you're able to like, you can't share that success because that's not who you are and what you do, but you do get to feel the success that they're feeling by seeing the smiles on their faces and the joy that they're feeling. So yeah, it's different, but yeah, I can still be a 49ers fan. I can still be an A's fan until they decide to move. Then I won't be a fan, but basketball is different. Like I'm not a fan of players. I'm not a fan of a team. And that doesn't mean that I don't have a whole house full of Kings fans to live with me. But I can't be that.
That's the beauty about what we do, though. Like we report, but we're not reporters. James is a reporter, so I kind of get like you take what you do, as you should, very seriously. Like we report stuff, but we're not around those guys every day. Like I think it's good to, obviously there's a point where you have to be media and relay information. But I always feel like one thing that makes this show like fun is we talk about it as fans. Like we talk about what we see as fans and interact and watch the game from a fan perspective. Now, if there's something we have to report, like we'll do that. Like we take that part just as seriously. But it's why we can be a little less buttoned up than James.
Yeah, and I'll say too, like it's not just the highs and the highs, because I've seen some of the worst, basketball you're ever gonna have to see. What we came into this season, I was 240 under 500. I don't know what my new
better now.
percentage is. Yeah. So what were they? 16 games over 500? Is that what it ended
Let's
up being?
start a Mike Brown record. That's all that matters. Your Mike Brown record is the only thing that matters.
Yeah. But I'll tell you, like some of the hardest moments for me, probably the worst moment for me covering the team. Well, I don't know. There's been some bad ones, like when like a district attorney files charges, domestic violence charges against a player that you've had a relationship for years. That's tough. And that's happened. But the Rudy Gay injury, that got me. That was hard to watch. We had spent a ton of time with Rudy. I've said this before, Rudy was always Switzerland in the locker room. Like he was everyone's friend, and that's not an easy thing to be in an NBA locker room, especially in that NBA locker room. And like he had put his heart and soul into what he was doing. Right when he got here, his wife had their first son, and then they had their second son. And so like we watched Rudy Gay sort of grow up and do his thing at the NBA level. And he was in Sacramento for 4 or 5 years. We knew he wasn't coming back. Everyone knew he wasn't coming back after that year. But to watch someone who's about to go into free agency and who has potential to go make a bunch of money and go have more success, and watch it all come crumbling down and having him pop his Achilles on the court. And it was right in front of me. So I was sitting on the set and it happened right down below. And as soon as he went down and he started hitting the floor with his fist, he knew what it was, but I did too. And that was hard. Just because of what kind of dude he was behind the scenes and the relationships that you'd built with him. So yeah, you do feel things. It's just, you're not allowed to feel them in the same way. And, the rule is you have to remain stoic in the press box, right? That's the rule. You're not allowed to celebrate. You're not allowed to kick the chair or slam your fist down. It's just part of the rules.
Oops. That's why I choose to stand in different areas during playoff games, only during playoff games.
Why? I wonder why that is. Like if we see something spectacular, my thing, and I understand James is different than myself and you, right? He's got to do things differently than us. But I always my outside perspective, right? Outside, like it's when you listen to. Once again, that's different too. But when you listen to like announcers, right? We all got in this, well, a lot of us got into this because we loved what we were seeing. We loved the games. We loved the players and the way they played and all this other stuff. So if something spectacular happens out there, I always found it weird that you have to shut that off. You can't do that. Somebody dunks on somebody. Oh my. Woo! Like you can't do that.
Are you not supposed to do that? Because I do that I did that a lot.
You're not supposed to.
Like, whoa, go Kings. It was like, whoa.
Yeah, I think there are moments like sitting, like me and Sean sit next to each other every game, and we sit there and we talk trash the whole time, and we go back and forth. And like, if you just recorded what we say during games, you'd like it's comedy hour. Like,
what Mark Spears does? Mark's got Mark's got the same seat every game that he attends.
Yep.
It's that one right at the end of the lower table. When something big happens, you know what he does? He turns around and looks at you.
Yeah.
He doesn't say anything. He doesn't react. He just turns around and looks you dead in your eye. Like, you saw that, right? And then goes right back to watching.
I'll tell you too, like I'm probably not fun to watch a game with because it's kind of like when you're watching a movie and someone keeps talking. But like I've watched the ball leave someone's hand so many times heading towards the basket. I can tell you almost every single time whether their ball's going in or not. And I'll sit there and be like, nope. Ooh, that's going down the whole game. And I'd say it the whole time. And so yeah, maybe I drive Sean crazy with that, but we have our players that, that we care for their game and players that we don't care for their game. And we both know whose game we like to watch and whose we don't. And we go back and forth on occasion, but
if James doesn't react, Sean really doesn't react. Like if a dunk tears down Golden One Center, Sean would be like, no, Sean, he wouldn't even do that. He would just be looking at his camera. I got it. No, I got the whole basket stanchion coming down, falling down, shattering in a million pieces. I got the whole shot. We're good. It'll be on Fox 40 tonight. That's all Sean is concerned about, making sure he's got that shot.
There are moments like we definitely laugh and we have a good time while we're watching a game, but it's not game related. So like, I mean, like anytime Scott Moak says Mike Daum over the PA system, I sit there and like I think of Moe's Tavern and Bart Simpson calling in. Like so that's every time. It's just like the way it comes out, you're like, oh, that doesn't sound good. Like
the funny thing is, James texted me that one time. He texted me like a meme of Bart calling Moe's Tavern when Mike Daum was playing. I just knew James was having fun watching this summer league game.
Oh yeah, we laugh. There are inside jokes. Sean and I share ice cream like maybe like 10 games a year. Someone behind us brings us ice cream but it's too big for one person, and we each have our side, and we share ice cream.
2 spoons or one?
Oh no, we always have 2 spoons.
I was just making sure. I don't know. It's a sweet
no.
story. We'll come back. We'll have more fun with our Kings insider James Ham with D'Lo and KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. This Chatty House has been talking about an air fryer for about an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah, I don't even
talking about TGI Fridays.
Oh, I saw Drew Down tweeting about French fries, and I'm like, what the hell is going on?
every time Mike Dom says something, like I just like in Mo's voice, you just hear it like Mike Dom. Has anyone seen my Dom? Like you're like, oh no. Anyway,
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Oh, good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know when it was like the switch. It was early, like one of my first. I think it was my first media day, where you learned like it was a different world, and if you were gonna live in it, you had to. Number one, you needed to like speak. You know, you needed to like not be afraid of the moment. And then the other thing was you could not be a fan. Like there's no, like getting used to standing next to 7-foot tall people all the time took some time to get used to. And then like when Taco Fall walks in the building and you're like, what in the world is going on? Like that dude has to turn sideways to walk through a door frame. Like just huge people. And that's part of getting used to it, but I don't know.
Think he got some style. I saw Taco Fall in like some summer league fits or something. Looks good.
You got that Kenny Caraway look going. I see that today.
A little bit. I'm just a little bit. I mean, Kenny's birthday's tomorrow, so he's
trying to keep cool, man. I'm just trying to keep cool.
He's on a vibe.
We're 105, man. I'm just trying.
I can't even. Is that a 49er shirt?
No, it's Michael Jordan.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can't fully make out what it is. It almost looks like a wide receiver on your left shoulder.
This one?
Yeah.
That's when he did the
oh, now I see it. Yep.
Idol. The Rock the Baby.
Yep.
Either Rock the Baby. No, Kiss the Rim was a windmill. Nobody dunking like Jordan out here. Boy, nobody. Jordan, he would do a windmill, but he just lean a little bit. Throw it in there.
The only one that I enjoyed watching dunk as much as him is Vince. Like Vince in-game dunks, incredible.
Amazing.
Yeah, his ability to levitate, just sit up there. You're just like, what in the world is happening?
Levitation, Holmes.
I say it all the time. It's one of my best takes of all time.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Michael Jordan just the world had never seen anybody play basketball like that. The way he moved.
Yeah, we have the calls to prove it.
Right. The explosiveness, the quickness. Like to a certain degree, you see a LeBron and you see that stuff, right? Like people move like that nowadays. 84 to 93. Nobody had ever seen people playing basketball like that. Like even like somebody who's like super athletic, like Dominique Wilkins. He didn't play like Michael Jordan.
Yeah, Dr. J is the only one that was like he did some of the aerial stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I've always like Rudy Gay when he was on and attacking the rim, he does some incredibly like beautiful basketball, right? And it always reminded me of George Gervin. Like when he wanted to be great, Rudy could be really, really incredible. So,
Sean Kemp, Dr. David, Sean Kemp did not move like Michael Jordan. Because think about it, Michael Jordan could handle the rock. Michael Jordan was doing like
Sean Kemp was really explosive.
He was, but Jordan was explosive, and he'd handle the rock, do a fake spin, then throw it under his head, and like he was doing like what? Who is this guy? What? Who's doing this? I can understand why people were in awe because they just had never seen basketball like that before.
Yeah, Sean Kemp, Amari Stoudemire, very, very similar as far as play style. Yeah. Just when they started doing their spin move, it was just like you cleared the lane. not you're going to catch an elbow or
And
something.
Even then, Sean Kemp was like, I think he was like 92, but he's post 93. I'm talking like in 1985, the way Michael Jordan was playing.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody seen nothing like that.
Yeah.
That's a great take, Kenny.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll bring it up in 3 weeks.
Kenny's greatest takes.
Hang on,
as rated by Kenny.
Almost like this top 25 list.
We're back here. We're back. We're back here with our 1320 Kings insider James Ham. Kenny's birthday's tomorrow. We'll celebrate. I don't think we did
blessed,
it.
man.
We didn't do
Blessed.
today right. We should have.
did it
It's
just
my fault.
fine.
No,
We
we
did it
should
just
have.
fine.
No. It should have been like, "This is your life."
My birthday isn't even July 22nd, you said.
It should have been like, "This is your life" for Kenny's 40th birthday.
When's The Rock's birthday again?
May 2nd, you stupid son of a bitch. Oh man, that's my
What was
favorite
that,
line
like
of that
in,
whole
like,
god
October or something like that.
Yeah, that's my favorite line of that whole god awful segment. To which James has no clue because he did not watch wrestling in the Attitude Era.
No,
or in any other era for that matter.
Oh no, I watched old era.
Oh, that's right. You
talked about this.
Yes,
and I used to watch the cartoon all the time.
Hulk Hogan's Rockin' Wrestling.
Yeah.
With Uncle Phil was the Junkyard Dog.
I never knew that. That's phenomenal.
Uncle Phil was the Junkyard Dog.
Was that during the same? I think it was a little before the All Stars. Remember, it was Bo, Wayne Gretzky, and
it was before. Yeah, because this was Rockin' Wrestling era. So this was like 80, probably 85, 86.
Oh, yeah.
He ran for because Cyndi Lauper, I think, is on it.
You know what that All Stars cartoon was at the same time with, and I used to come on back to back.
Pro Stars. Yeah.
Pro Stars.
Yeah.
Phenomenal
Pro Stars.
knowledge.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
They had
knowledge.
a cereal, a Pro Star cereal with
Phenomenal
Bo,
knowledge.
Wayne Gretzky, and
Jordan.
Jordan.
You remember what other cartoon came on? I think right before it.
What came on before Pro Stars? No.
Kid and Play.
Oh, the Kid and Play cartoon. That's
Kid and
right.
Play.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right.
I can't wait for the Fox and the Ox cartoon to drop.
To drop right before the little baby cartoon.
Well, I don't know that we need that.
The Ice Spice cartoon.
I don't know that we definitely don't need that after listening to our album today. James, you should listen to Ice Spice's album this weekend. You and Mrs. Ham throw that one on when you guys are going out to dinner.
She's in her mood.
I'll put it on the list.
Yeah. You don't have to. You definitely don't have to. You know what? Timing. The timing of the season. So many things happen this year. Yeah, obviously the beam. It all worked because the Kings won. That run series that the Kings did was really, really good.
Yeah.
Like that was such like an intimate look into this team at a time that this fan base wanted it more than ever. Like it was so many things went together, James, because we're doing this, obviously, we're doing this top 25 games of the Kings season. And I think even after the first one, it was like, I can't believe we're talking about this was like the Kings' first win. Like this is what we're talking about. We keep harping on how special this season was, but I think so many different things have gone into why this season was so special. Obviously the winning is the most important part of it. The beam was a huge part of it, but people were really looking forward to that run episode dropping every couple of weeks, and just a great sequence of events, James, that made for an incredible season.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of look at the run the same way I look at the beam. Like it was better because they won. It was better because everything went right. Like the Kings have tried to do that in the past, right? They've tried to do like documentary style following the team, and capturing moments and all that stuff. And it doesn't really play all that well when the team is, going to win 30 games. And so I think that it's good that they did a great job.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I'm not taking anything away from it at all. But I also think that like it plays really well when it's all winning.
Yeah.
It just like Hard Knocks is really cool through preseason. Like if you're covering the Jets in week 12 of a Hard Knock season, that would be difficult because the Jets typically burn out and don't make it. And you're watching.
What I'm really hoping for this year.
Yeah.
Last year with the Cardinals.
Yeah.
So the Amazon series, right? Yeah, the Amazon series does that. It follows them during. Is that Amazon?
Well, they did HBO. It was HBO.
Oh, HBO did it. That's
they did
right.
it in season.
Amazon does. I think it's Amazon does the one after the season's over. They air like some sort of recap of it.
Yeah. But James's point is well taken. They did stuff with the Kings. The one that always comes to mind. First of all, Stauskas is one. Second of all,
well, yeah. Whoops.
Second of all, who didn't they put popcorn in somebody's car?
That was the Dante Green show, if I remember correctly. And I don't remember whose car it was.
Was it Hassan or was it Jason Thompson? I can't remember.
Well, they do that to rookies. So Dante Green and Jason Thompson came into the league together. DeMarcus Cousins, Tyreek Evans, like it had to have been one of those guys. I think they came in the league together. Maybe Dante Green was a year after. But they do that to the rookies. And like, I'm not sure why, because these guys spend so much money on their first car and it's their baby. And you never get the grease and the smell of popcorn like that out of a car ever again. I mean, like 10 years from now, you'll sell that car. Someone will find popcorn under the seat. Like,
gotta sell it to a Kings fan. It's a piece of memorabilia here at this point.
That's right.
Put no popcorn in my car. Are you crazy?
I wouldn't take. That's why I didn't join the NBA, James. I don't think I would have taken to the rookie hazing so well.
The rookie hazing.
I would have had a problem if Bobby Jackson put popcorn in my car.
Yeah,
and it wasn't a small car. It was a giant SUV full of popcorn.
I know when someone brings up Tyrese Halliburton, when Tyrese was a rookie, Reese's Pieces got together with somebody on the team and they filled his car with like 1,000 pounds worth of candy, but still in the wrapper.
But it was in the bag.
Yeah. They didn't pull it out of the wrapper. Yep.
You were talking about the press conference, the puke guy press conference. Obviously, I wasn't the biggest fan of Luke Walton. I do feel bad for coaches. When they get fired, it's very difficult to publicly lose your job. But I felt really bad for Dave Yeager because Luke, like you could say, like the writing was on the wall. Like you still maybe trying to figure out what was happening. We knew it. Christmas, Dave Yeager was going to be fired, and I feel like if we knew, Dave knew he was going to be fired, and that sucks. Like I like you talk about moments that you felt bad for. Like that's tough, man. I felt bad for. I legitimately felt bad for Dave Yeager. I thought that was so unfair.
I remember talking to Dave following shoot around on the opening day of the season, and he's like, "So what's the over under? I got 20 games." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And he's like, "Oh, dude," he's like, "I might have 20 games here." And I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" I'm like, you already feel like it's going to go that badly? He goes, "Oh, I don't think it matters how badly it goes." He's like, "I think I got 20 games." And we got to game 20 and they were winning. And lo and behold, a piece came out that Dave Yeager is still in the hot seat. Like at game 20, like he knew exactly what was happening. We got to the end of that season. He had heard the same thing we had heard. We had all heard that Luke Walton was going to be the head coach. And they just kept winning and it was fun. And then they didn't, towards the end of the season, they melted down just a little bit towards the end and that was it. And, so you kind of knew that that's where it was heading. And then I've been through a lot of coaches getting fired and then being there for the last day. It's always awkward. It's always unfortunate. And it's not something you look forward to because like the players, I mean, we talk to a head coach every single day. Players, it's on a rotation. Coaches, we talk to every day. And so you feel bad for him because, he cared. He wanted to be there. He wanted to win. And he did a lot to win. And at the end of the day, these things happen.
By the way, this whole story has a new dynamic to it because apparently they put popcorn in Spencer Hawes' car.
Oh, well, that was a great job by
they should have put dog crap in it. They should have filled Spencer's car
They
with
should
dog
have filled
crap.
it with cement like they did Mr. McMahon.
That's what they should have done. Pour a bunch of cement in it. Here, drive home, jackass. Now it's totally different that it's Spencer
Sunflower
Haas.
seeds. Yeah.
Yeah, you do whatever you want to Spencer Haas' car.
Yeah.
Do whatever
Or
you want to Spencer Haas' car now.
Yeah.
Call it
Maybe
Veterans
just
Evening.
like have everyone chew on sunflower seeds and just put the shells in his car.
Throw him in the car.
Just throw him in the car.
Spencer Hall is the most disliked former king of all time.
Yeah, I would probably say he's there. I know that there are a lot of fans that like from the 90s who didn't like Olden Polynice. Although I had a great interaction with Olden when I was young, and I've talked to Olden many times since. Like I like Olden too. He's different and he does really random things, and then he's not good to follow on Twitter at all. Kings fans hate Jason Terry, that's for sure. They boo him every time he touches the ball. And that was a weird one because, you know, he talked trash after the Kings traded for him and then waived him and let him go sign somewhere else and play. That was a strange one. So
yeah, what deal was that again? Do you remember? What was the Spencer? Not the Spencer Haas deal, the Jason Terry. Because I remember that. And oh, Jason Terry's not coming here. And
he didn't want
then it's
to
like,
He's in
yo,
a
why
long-
you popping off at the mouth? Like, what the hell is wrong with you?
yeah, he's in a long line of players during that era that got traded to the Kings just to reach the salary minimum. So Marquise Daniels, Sam Cassell, Larry Hughes. Larry Hughes got traded to the Kings and never showed up. And then there was like a bunch of mess after that with Larry Hughes that I think didn't get let go forever. Like people held grudges and weird stuff, even though Larry never even had to show up. He had a wrist injury. Marquise Daniels had trashed his neck and never was able to play again, and was traded to the Kings as an injured player. People bring up in the chat here, James Johnson. James Johnson, I think everyone was kind of ambivalent about James Johnson until he showed up wearing a Seattle Supersonics hat during the relocation attempts.
Yeah.
That was not good. But I mean, I think it was on par for the person that we had been around in the locker room and stuff. So yeah, I mean, like, look, Kings fans are very vocal, and when they don't like someone, they let them hear it. And I think we'll hear that for a while. Even I was surprised that Buddy Hield got so many boos. Maybe not.
Yeah.
I was surprised too. I felt like Marvin was gonna get it.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was gonna do Buddy like that, especially with Tyrese there.
They was on Buddy's head.
Oh man.
They was on Buddy's head. So the whole time I was laughing because we bring up OP, and I'm sure you guys have seen this. You remember this. Do you remember when OP came back with the Sonics and Peja hit a game tying three, but it like bounced up and down and didn't look like it was going in. And when it bounced off the rim, OP turns to the crowd and starts giving the DX sign. It goes in. Hold on. I think I'm doing my best Dame right here. I got it. Let me see if we can pull this.
There you go. There you go. We're cooking. We're cooking.
Man, can I go full screen?
You can go full screen. Click back to your.
So,
you got
sorry
it.
for the radio, but go watch the stream. This is hilarious. The game 91-88, as you see, and OP is going to be under the basket.
There's Vlade. There's Peja.
Look, OP.
That was hella aggressive too.
That was aggressive to quite aggressive.
I'll come back and watch this later, but there's OP.
Look at, he was ready for it.
Oh man.
He turns, yo, that is crazy. Run it again. Why? He stops playing. Watch him. Look, he stops playing and just turns. Look at your boy. Yo. OP on the ban list. OP on the ban list for that.
Oh, man.
Look at young Peja. Oh, my gosh. Was Peja 13 in that video?
Yeah.
Hey. No, that was an all-timer.
That is comedy.
So I've told you guys. Well, I know I've told this story on the podcast, but when I was young, I was with some buddies at Incredible Universe, the old Fries, but before that it was Incredible Universe. And Incredible Universe at that point, they had a karaoke booth. And so you go in the karaoke booth and they had cameras and you can even record it and all that stuff. Anyway, OP was signing autographs and I got in the line at the very end. My friends are like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Hang on one sec." So I get all the way up and I'm like, "Hey man, I don't really need your autograph, but will you sing in the karaoke booth with us?" And Olden's like, "Nah, man." So he signed. And I'm like, "Come on, man, I'll let you choose a song." He's like, "Okay." So we went over to the karaoke booth, me and Olden Polonese, and then like 3 guys that I used to know. And we went in to he chose Teddy Bear by Elvis, and we sang Teddy Bear by Elvis in the Incredible Universe karaoke booth with Olden Polonese. And like it was an experience. Me and Olden shared a mic, even though he was like a foot and a half taller than me. And we it was a good moment.
Olden Polonese
still doesn't erase what we just saw, James.
No,
still doesn't erase what we just saw.
Olden used to train people at the gym I used to work at in LA, and I was working the front desk, so every time he came in, I would talk to him, and he was really like while I was working there. I don't know if he remembers me now, but we had a good relation. Like he was really nice when he would come in. He'd be pleasant. We talked basketball for a little bit. I'd see him like almost every day. He's like really nice. So that's why it always trips me out because that's not the first time I heard that, James, that like OP isn't liked by a lot of people here. It's like, damn, like really, like OP's really nice.
Him and Marty McNeil used to have screaming matches from like before my time, but like they would have screaming matches. And then there was a point where Olden wouldn't talk to Marty for like a month or 2. Like they did not get along at all. And, I think you could accuse Olden of being a little bit of a stat chaser on the rebounding side, but I always thought he was solid, and he was, part of the team that I think he was part of the team that broke the 10-year drought, the original 10-year drought, 95, 96. Yeah, he could sing. Yeah. The other 3 guys that were with us, they couldn't sing, so it was good they were on the other mic. The 2 of us, we were pretty good. Yeah.
Incredible Universe. That was a cool
that's
place.
pretty wild. Incredible Universe. That's a reference right there.
Yeah. Good old Incredible Universe.
Was Keegan Murray at the mall this year? Did they bring Keegan Murray to Arden Fair?
To Arden Fair.
I think they did. I feel come meet your newest Sacramento King.
Good question. Where is the King going nowadays? I don't think they'd bring him all the way out to the Galleria. They ain't taking him to Arden no more.
It used to be Downtown Plaza. So like I remember they did the draft when they drafted, what was it? Tyus Edney and Corliss Williamson.
Oh, cool.
And then I think they also did the Brian Grant, Michael Smith, and I think it was Evers Burns is the third big.
My goodness, James. That is a reference right there.
Yeah. It was either Evers Burns or it was Ricky Menard, and I think it was Evers Burns. Yeah.
Name that king with James Ham.
Yeah, that stump James Ham. We should do that show.
They used to have that. They built a big stage for those guys, and you go and like right at where Santa Claus would be.
Didn't Thomas Robinson go? Wasn't he at Arden?
Sure, that checks out. That checks out. Is that time? Like, I don't know when they stopped it. Keegan went somewhere last year.
Somebody in the chat, they said they still go to Arden.
I think he went to Arden.
So.
Yeah.
I thought so.
Yeah. That's dangerous. Like it's bold. It's
maybe,
a bold move.
Maybe they'll go to that Elk Grove Mall that they've been talking about for 20 years.
That's called Sky River Casino.
Yeah, there you go. Go to Sky River Casino.
That was supposed to be a mall for like 15, 17 years, and then they said forget it and built Sky River. That was a good job.
Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play.
Yeah.
Of course. They can't get in.
Not every
Monty McNair's picks can get in, but you have to be 21.
Victor Wembanyama wouldn't be able to.
Victor can't get in. Hey, Wemby.
All those Blade picks waiting at the door. Frank Mason's like, see you boys when I'm done. Him and Justin Jackson stroll in.
That's
leave
why
De'Aaron and
Monty
Harry.
went with Kobe Jones. He said, hey, look, if we go to Sky River,
Got to get him in.
gotta get the rookies in here.
Gotta get
And
him in.
Slauson.
Thompson twins.
Yeah.
Yeah, Thompson twins ain't gonna make it. They're the youngest kids in the draft, aren't they?
Yeah, they're super young.
I like those guys.
I do too.
I'm excited to watch both of them.
Yeah, me too.
Their success would mean a lot. I mean, obviously, I think them getting drafted at 4 and 5 means a lot for overtime elite. But if those guys show something their rookie year, oh, that whole overtime elite program is going to blow up.
Yeah,
even more so.
I love it.
Hey, what are you doing tomorrow? It's your birthday, man.
What am I doing tomorrow?
Well,
I
yeah,
gotta,
it's not James's birthday.
I got a photo shoot,
of course.
And then
look at this guy.
I'll probably
gonna do something with the car. Like
no, I don't think the car's gonna be involved. I don't
Oh,
think it's just gonna
okay.
be me. You know what I'm saying? And then go get some good food.
Okay.
Yeah, go get some good food.
Very good.
Yeah. But other than that, I mean, it's gonna be 107 tomorrow.
Be in the house.
It's 103 here today. Like, yeesh.
That's how my birthday should be, though. I need them triple digits on my birthday. It's only right.
All right. Well, it's cooling down. It's going to be a calm 96 next week. So it's peaking. I think today's the hottest day, but tomorrow's.
Yeah, it's only a 2-day thing. It's Friday and Saturday, and then it slows down.
It says it's going to peak at 109 today, 107 tomorrow, then a cool 99.
There you go. Take that. It's frigid. A frigid 99.
Get your jackets ready, folks. We got 91 degrees coming up on Thursday.
That's hot.
Yeah, it's still pretty warm, man. That's still pretty warm. Well, happy birthday, man.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, happy birthday. Happy
Yeah,
40th
happy birthday, dude.
Thank you, man.
Yes.
Oh, so it is a big one. Yeah.
4-0, baby. 4-0.
Remember that used to be like the over the hill one? Now it's like, no.
Started. We just getting started at 40. Although
getting
Kim
started.
said I was senile.
Well, I don't. Well, no,
with that one.
it's more you only forget things that you want to forget. It's what Jazz tells you, right?
Yeah.
You only forget things you want to forget.
I don't forget OP telling the King's Crown.
Didn't forget that. Didn't forget that. You tell me how many rebounds Domantas Sabonis had on November 13th, but hey, Kenny, pick up some
trash.
Can't remember that. Pick up some milk on the way home. Sorry, I forgot.
Blew my mind.
I stopped to get strawberry soda and
yeah,
Hershey's cookies
sunflower
and cream.
seeds. Yeah.
Subscribe to the King's Beat wherever you get podcasts from. Head over to thekingsbeat.com. You can become a premium subscriber over there as well. Again, happy birthday to our brother KC. We appreciate you so much for being with us today. We appreciate you so much for being with us this week. And we will be back with you here on Monday. If you want more D-Lo and KC, you're listening on 1320 AM, 98.5, the Odyssey app. Tune in. Don't go anywhere. We'll run it back next year on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, gigantes.
And we're done for the week.
Stephen Brown birthday is next week. Stephen, where you at, man? I'm pulling up, man. Where we at? Where we at? I'm pulling up, Stephen Brown.
40's a big one, man.
It is. I could never really figure out what I wanted to do this year. Actually, I knew what I wanted. I love going to Vegas. I would have went to Vegas, but I don't have no extra money this year. I don't have no extra money till like September.
For my my
time I get is going to September 23rd.
The 30th, my 30th, we did James's birthday extravaganza. Flew to New York, got in a rental car, went to the Hall of Fame up in Cooperstown, went back, caught a Yankees game at Old Yankee Stadium before they tore it down.
Some good stuff.
Yeah,
it was good. It was fun.
Birthday extravaganza.
I'll do something special for 41.
We're going to do something special for our 25th wedding anniversary next year. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, you got to do that.
Yeah.
I don't know what though.
Do that.
We'll see. Yeah.
All right, man. We are shutting the stream down. This was a full week of radio. We love you guys. We love you guys. We will see you. Have a great weekend. Be safe, and we'll see you guys on Monday.
Holla.